am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning. You've tuned into the Breakfast Show right here on BusinessDay Television. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Deborah Eze, and of course, I'm not doing this alone. Every Wednesdays, you all know by now that I do it with the very
Onyeka Valentine.
Good morning. Always. How are you?
Very well. Can't complain.
You actually look very well.
Well, like they say, if let me don't give any dry jokes, I'm just keep quiet.
Oh, so you know you give dry jokes.
Sometimes these dry jokes enable us to,
to bond.
Now you know what I mean.
All right. I'm not forgetting that 2 days ago was your birthday.
Yes, it
I'm
was.
going to say this to the viewers.
Birthday
2 days ago was his birthday, and you
Right.
promised us cake that we've not
Right,
seen.
right. So so politicians promise you, and eventually they will get you. So don't worry. But I will not act in that manner. I will redeem my.
That was a very sweet political move. We didn't see it coming. But anyways, like I said, we have enough packed up for you today. We're going to start with the headline for banter. And then after that, we move to the newspaper review. From the newspaper review, we head to the business morning by 9 a.m. And after the business morning, we have the big story. And then we now wrap it up with the social listening, where you get to hear Valentine, speak the mind of the people in a political way.
Well,
Should I really? Yeah, in a political way.
in a journalistic way.
In a political way. Anyways, let's take a look at what we have on our headlines this morning. We have the Senate to reject NNPCL's explanations on missing 210 trillion naira. Very interesting one right there. And we have Nigeria likely to review capital gains tax, and that's coming from Edwin. And Naira maintains flat rate as external reserves rise to 43.36 billion US dollars. And finally, we have Warren Buffett says he's resigning as Berkshire Hathaway CEO. We have very interesting headlines this morning. We're going to start off with the Senate rejecting NNPCL's explanations on missing 210 trillion naira. I'm not surprised. This is Nigeria. If monies don't go missing, they're either, inflating monies so they can actually have more than enough. What do you think about this?
I mean, just to add to what you said, if money doesn't go missing, they're either piling,
Of course,
as the case may be,
yeah.
or there's a third option, or some animals must swallow it.
I forgot that part.
Yes. Why have I said so is, unfortunately, we're in a very unique country. And by the way, it's not just unique to Nigeria. It happens around the world. Just that we don't know how to manage and mitigate our own bad side in this country. We are quick to project it to the world. And the funny thing, if you give the international world the driver's seats to pilot your narrative, they will tell it in ways that will not favor you and will scare away international, investors. However, it doesn't mean that these things don't happen, like the issue of this 210 trillion naira, and they say it's missing. And so senators said we will not accept the explanation from NNPCL.
Look for the money.
Truth be told, apart from not accepting the explanation, they should even attend to the explanation to start with. Because reasons given is very clear. They are playing, pendulum game with lives of Nigerians. That money could have solved a very huge problem. Can you imagine if 1 trillion naira, right, was injected into the health sector? Can you imagine if 1 trillion naira was injected into some certain key areas that is fundamentally important to the growth of our nation? I just mentioned healthcare. What about education? Let's even speak a bit closer first and foremost. What about initial areas that have to do with your environment, right? We know that the environment is not in place. It will send most people to the hospital because of, diseases and everything. So not only have these people, if truly they can't account for the money, not only have the perpetrators killed Nigerians, they've also deliberately made the international world not trust us. I'm not shocked when Donald Trump says, look, we're now recalling all the money.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to bring Donald Trump into this.
It's a fact. I'm not shocked when he, although as much as I don't agree with most of his ideologies, but some certain ones need to be used as a yardstick to teach some people a lesson. And that is the Nigerian government. Again, like I said, we're sovereign. No one should come and invade us. But some certain things have to be said so that we can look in depth and now say, fix us, so that the outside world can respect us.
But what if they really cannot account for the missing money? What if, there's a way, it's numbers. There's a way money can
just move.
You and I can attest to it.
I can tell you categorically, without being a financial, expert, or without being a banker, or being someone who's within that industry, as someone who has general knowledge, we call it GK, I can tell you there is no way that a penny, in fact, a kobo will move from one account to another account without being accounted for. You get it? Account to account, accounted for. They must know. They leave trails. And so the question is, matter of fact, the question now should be, who is erasing those trails? 210 trillion is not 210 naira. We're talking about,
You left million, you
do you
left
understand?
billion.
Yeah, billions. Move to millions to billions, billions to trillions. And before you even get trillions, you've gotten to hundreds of millions. So the question now is, for that to have happened, there is no way one person could have done that alone. It could have come with a group of people, some follow through corridor of powers. Most people who have eaten that money have actually gone to their graves also. Some banks have closed because of it. Let's be honest. And at the end of the day, Nigerians suffer. So yes, if I was in the Senate, first and foremost, I will order for the arrest of the key people who were in that full flow, that whole framework of NNPC, right? As case may be, or whatever they call themselves. Whoever is responsible should first and foremost be reprimanded. That's a treasonable act, as far as I'm concerned, even though it's not. But let's call it that, because you're killing people, man. Look, in China, if you invest that kind of amount of money, you should be not just called to order. If you're not careful, look, they will just execute you. Because that is the country's, chunk of survival funds. However, having said so, now the Senate has said, I know I was a bit harsh when I say that it's a treasonable act, even though it's not. But let's be like that. So people will learn from it. However, now the Senate has now said, moving forward, we refuse to accept that explanation. The question now is, what would they now do? There are two things. Can we now get SRAP to hold them to account? Can we now get EFCC to hold them to account? The question is, I hope those people that are going to set to hold them to account have not compromised themselves also. Because if the people who are in line and within the corridor of that missing funds are also within the government, because of course, there's no way that kind of money could have disappeared without somebody in the government, being part of it. There's an old saying in Igbo land, right? It is the rat in the house that tells the rat outside. There's fish.
There's fish this time
exactly. There's fish right there in the basket. So this is a matter of, having several accomplices. They are there. Can we fish them out, first and foremost? Can we have an EFCC that will be as bold and look to the face of politicians, just the way that young, wonderful officer, A.M. Yerima, I give it to him. We'll get to that story.
We're going to get to that.
Yes. Looked into Wiki, I told Wiki what Wiki needed to hear. I made it very, very professional. Kudos to you. In fact, we'll get to that story. Let me don't let it get out of the bag.
Now, let's take a look at the second headline where it reads, Nigeria likely to review capital gains tax. Right. The force that comes with this tax, let's just speak on that. The first that actually comes with the tax, do you see it as something that Nigerians will actually get used to? Because everyone is like, I know of someone who actually said she's going to withdraw all her money from Nigerian banks and maybe change it to the dollar so she doesn't have to start remitting money to the government that's not remitting anything back to her. So this with the whole force, do you see Nigerians actually accepting it? Because it's not for money, because I believe that Nigerians are starting to understand it. And kudos to BusinessDay, the old tax talk, and they're trying to come up with having to have conversations about tax. But do you think this is something Nigerians would actually accept in the long run? Or do you find a way to just maneuver around?
So it's a great question. And I mean, as much as we'll throw this question to Cardoso, it's good that we also reframe it so that the whole world see what we're talking about. So let's analyze this now. First and foremost, we've seen it. It says Naira, maintains, okay, so it's sorry.
Nigeria likely to review capital gains tax.
So Nigeria likely to review capital gains tax. What does this mean? But before we go to what it means, let's analyze and see. First and foremost, there is something ahead of us in January. We'll get to that. If Nigerians are going to have a far more better livelihood and survival pattern, if this becomes viable, I would say good and fine. But Nigeria likely to review capital gains will mean one thing. The word likely is already saying it might happen or may not happen.
It would happen.
So if it does happen, what does that mean for business? It means that if we're not careful, right, our Naira could be a bit weakened. But our inflow of cash from outside, inflow of maybe business and those who want to come and invest will increase. But if those who are coming to invest in our country, such a way that we who will now be employed can have our monies banked in Nigeria, better for us, or that they are taking outside. You mentioned that your friend wanted to change his money from naira to dollar. What does it mean? It will weaken our naira more. If 10 million people like him, who obviously are billionaires, for instance, do that, it will weaken our naira, because then you have to sell naira to buy dollar. And guess what? They are still going to draw their tax. You have a dumb account, they will still collect their money. They have a dollar account, they will collect their money. There's no way you can evade it. Matter of fact, it's even far more difficult to evade an account that is in dollars than it is in naira. Those who are in the financial aspect and financial sector will explain more in details. But just on the top, what does that mean for Nigerians and their businesses? It means that, look, people will struggle more if the naira is not accessible. You go to POS, point of sale, and you're paying, normally it's 100 to 5,000 naira. You end up paying about, say, 300 naira. Why? They'll tell you, we can't see the money. And you ask, why can't you see the money? Don't you have the money in the bank? Say, no, when you go there, before they give you the money, you have to find a way to tip people. I'm like, tip what? Tip who? But again, in a very unique country, right? Everybody wants to cover their behind so that nobody is let out to dry. However, does this mean that we're experiencing a false economy? The answer is yes. Until we begin to see that if you accept that we're looking at capital gains and taxes because you know that you're paying, you put money into the system, and then you are getting your money's worth because you're investing and you get your money's worth, and you're also employing local hands and local labor, it will improve things. If you see that you put in money as an investor and in return, you make gains, you pay your tax, other people, you create a multiple effect. You see that it works for you, you will stay with it. But if those areas they want to actually review is not in line with investors will shy away.
Right.
Shy away means no jobs. No jobs means jobless Nigerians. Jobless Nigerians now means what?
More crime in the country.
There we go.
All right, and the naira maintaining flat rate as external reserve rise to 43.36 billion naira. Right. The naira has been doing wonders for a couple of months, although I'm part of the people who still insist that we should wait till next year to see if it will still maintain, the strength. But we must really give it to Cardoso for what he's doing. Whatever he's doing, he should just keep doing it. That's all I can say about the naira. But until next year, before I can really say,
the thing now is we see a lot of changes in the financial
I don't think it's a lot of changes. I'm not of that opinion because whatever is happening now, like I said, it's usually what happens during this time of the year. It's usually what happens. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, when we begin another year, we can now see if truly the naira, yes, maybe it's not just people doing one or two and then making the numbers feel like it is intact. The way it can be. So I am going to wait. Like I said, I'm sure I'm part of other Nigerians who want to really see if we can really maintain this, not just happy over 4 months of change. It's for me, it doesn't really work that way.
So wait and see, right?
Yeah, definitely wait and see.
Wait and see.
All right, in the spirit of waiting and see, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be reviewing what the headlines on the dailies. Just stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and still with me in the studio for more insight this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Yeah, good to always have you.
Always.
All right, let's now go straight into the dailies. And our first stop is the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads, "Fixing Nigeria's healthcare system. A syringe for a life. How poor health facilities cost lives. Victims share heartbreaking stories." This is a very sad one. Another one on the Business Day newspaper reads, "Court stops PDP National Convention amid deepening party crisis." And that story is on page 4 of the Business Day newspaper. And we also have federal government unveil new plan to double GDP, tame inflation by 2027. And that story is on page 30. And that big story reads, "Nigeria raises to attract exploration dollars." And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And finally, from the Business Day newspaper, we have Nigeria unveils talent accelerator to close skill gaps and drive economic growth. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Now let's turn our focus to the big story there, which is fixing Nigeria's healthcare system. And it reads, "A syringe for a life. How poor health facilities cost lives. Victims share heartbreaking story." Now this is really, 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 really sad, because for someone who has actually experienced having to lose someone due to poor healthcare facility, I must tell you that I totally agree with this headline as to how poor health facility actually costs life. And it doesn't really mean poor health, like poor, like it's a wretched, dirty facility. It doesn't really mean that. It just means most cases the facility not being able to, they do not have a certain type of machine that you're supposed to use to run a certain test, or they don't have enough blood bank, and then you have to transfer the patient from one place to the other. And most times before you even get to the destination where they have the equipment, you either have to stand in line or pay exorbitant amount of money before you can actually have access to this. It's a very emotional one.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's really heartbreaking. The health, every time we come here to have conversation about the health, the health part, the healthcare system, it really breaks my heart, because I have people who work in this system, and certain things that they say, we that are the spectators, we that we just sit down and watch, we feel like it comes mostly from them, but at the end of the day, it's from a failed system. The government has actually failed us when it comes to the healthcare system, and it mostly has nothing to do with the doctors. Just recently, like I said, a certain machine that was supposed to use to bring back a relative back to life. We went to about 7 hospitals. They didn't have any of them. And when we finally finally referred to a general hospital at Lekpo, they were the only one that had that machine. And we had to like wait a week before, it was finally our turn for us to be attended to with the machine. And before the week could actually come by, the patients couldn't take it anymore. He had to give up. So it's a really, 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 really sad one. What do you think about it?
So we're trained to always be on the fence and not allow our emotions,
of course,
kick in. But I cannot lie. You see that I'm almost breaking a tear there. I'm just trying to be strong about it because what you're saying actually hits home. It's unfortunate to see that our health sector has now created a lacuna for corruption to come in, has created a space for negligence to come in.
I don't really think it's corruption.
I'll explain because I've experienced this thing. I've lost a loved one before, and I knew that it wasn't because the money was not there. It was just the attitude towards, the patient and the response that made that person pass on. And it's very worrisome and very painful. But when you hear most of our political, heads or leaders leave the country to go and get treatment out there. Meanwhile, while they're in office, they had the opportunity to fix our health sector. When you hear them go out there, you wonder, why are they always traveling? Unfortunately, it is what it is. But I still hold them responsible for where we are. Now, when I say corruption, believe it or not, okay? Today we hear doctors going on strike. Tomorrow we hear doctors are off strike, back and forth. The monies that are supposed to be given to them for their welfare, the money they're supposed to put in place to cater for healthcare, to enable the HMOs work and every other thing. We have NHIS in this country. The big question is, are we seeing that they can work optimally? Are we seeing that federal government has the money? It's not just you and I. Before we got to newspaper segment, we were talking about 210 trillion naira that went missing. Can you imagine if 2 trillion naira of that money was invested in healthcare? Where would we be? So when we now see stories like this, and I like the caption that our business day, whoever did this story did it very well.
Yeah.
He said, look, a syringe for life, how poor health facility can cost lives. Why would a facility be termed as poor? It's a very simple thing, which means it's lacking funding, it's lacking well-trained personnel, which is very important also. It's also lacking that empathy. Empathy is very important. That is the bedrock upon which health sector should be built upon, which is empathy, which is response, understand that all lives are precious. Whatever happened to that, people back home? Whatever happened, doctors, if you're listening, if you're a nurse and you listen to this, right? The day you leave your house and you go to hospitals to go and tend to your patients, and you, for 1 day or 1 second, you lose that empathy and you lose that ability to respond, then that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because those are the main cardinal points in which your profession lies upon. It's like you're saying a soldier. The day a soldier doesn't know how to use his weapon properly to defend the integrity and defend the sovereignty of his nation, of which he was, brought into the army for. That's the day that army is a failed soldier. That soldier is a failed personnel. What am I trying to say is that to each his own. Every sector needs that particular thing they know. We cannot wave over. This is very, very key. And so the health sector should understand that too. However, you cannot put all the blame on those who are either the health practitioners, the workers, and you also throw the blame at even some of the patients. Why? Because some patients come to the hospital when it is almost very, very bad.
I think those are just minor things. I think empathy, no empathy, because right here in the article, they actually listed things that are very, very barbaric, if I'm actually allowed to use that word. Because we've seen people actually come on, especially on Twitter, and they say, my mom or a family member was getting operated on, and then they took the light.
That's part of it.
Power went off. And then we have doctors who actually complain about bad roads and not enough ambulance.
Corruption.
To use to convey
Corruption
these
is a
people.
great killer.
Exactly. So I think that's like that is what makes the health sector a very poor one. Because at the end of the day, if you're not happy doing what you're doing, happiness is very contagious.
Of course it is.
Yes. For I'm a very happy person, so I must tell you, it's very contagious. You can easily, speak to people. People can easily like respond to you when they see that you're happy. But when you're not happy doing what you're doing, when you're grumpy,
too sure,
I'm not going to respond to you well because I've been on my feet for 72 hours. We don't have enough manpower, and I have to attend to people because I swore an oath. You get what I'm saying? So
save lives.
Exactly. And you and I, we know, so many times we even try to like make banter about the whole healthcare situation, about monies allocated to them that they never get to see. These are the issues. These are the chunk of the issues. And it is really sad, like you said, because the people who sit at the power, the people who are supposed to regulate this and make this system a working one, would rather, live here and then travel out to get the best healthcare, while you and I, the poor masses,
are here.
I was telling someone like we don't have rich, we don't have the rich masses anymore. You and I, the poor masses, will be here we pray not to get sick. Always pray that, I pray not to get sick.
Guess it will happen one day.
Yeah, I know it would. That's what I'm saying. That's what we do. We pray not to, because it's not even about you not even having the money. It's about something as little as power. Failing. Because if you cannot rely on the government to actually give you power, how can you rely on a machine?
So that's surprising.
How can you rely on a generator? What if the generator knocks and decides not to come up?
Let me surprise you. I like that thing you mentioned. I like where you mentioned. You said bad roads, one of the things that can can make the health sector not work. Ambulances. Now, in an event where government carves out amount of money from the national budget to buy ambulances for some certain health sectors, health facilities under the government, and then they spend money that can buy, say, 200. And so whoever takes the contract, right, gets the contract from someone who says, you must give me my own share. So that 200 expected ambulance cuts down to 100. The remaining 100, the money is given as kickback. For giving me that contract, you can have this. You know what that is? That's a corruption right there.
Right.
So now, those 200 health facilities or centers that could have gotten ambulances, only half of it will get. What about the roads? The amount of contractors that go to bid for roads, for road construction, they get there, they will tell you, look, and let's be honest, don't hide it. Most of those people who will give you those allocations or give you those jobs or contracts will tell you, give us our own share.
Yeah.
And so if you're supposed to cover, say, 100 kilometers of road, right? By the time they give you the money can only cover 20 kilometers. Then what happens? The job remains what? Unfinished, right? Not completed. That money that goes to that so-called kickback brand envelope for giving me the contract, this is your own share, that's your corruption. That's why I say corruption is the greatest killer. In fact, corruption is a far more dangerous killer and a fast killer than even terrorism. Why? Because once there's corruption eaten into the system, it will affect those who are supposed to receive their money, who are the hard-working personnel, men and women in the army. They're supposed to fight insurgents, right? Their benefits are not given to them fully because corruption is there at the top. It also goes into different areas. What about the educational system?
The corruption is everywhere. It is indeed everywhere, but it shouldn't be in the healthcare system because that is life. If you say like the ASU thingy, it just always make jest of me that I say, it has to be part of the curriculum because I am tired of having to hear it.
ASU strikes back and forth.
That we can still try to swim along with it, but with the healthcare system, health is life.
It's undebatable.
And if it's not there, it's not there.
You can't compromise it.
Exactly. I just really hope this is going to be, awakening for the people who are supposed to do the right thing. I just really hope it is, because people cannot keep losing their lives, and because they are not much equipment. We forget the part where you get misdiagnosis because they don't really have the right equipment to undergo certain diagnosis or surgery. I know someone who was actually diagnosed of thyroidism, and it was not thyroid. because they didn't have like the necessary equipment for them to double check if it's really what they're seeing. So I really hope, and I really want the doctors and the nurses to actually stand their ground to get what is actually owed to them by the government and not back down. I feel like I was saying something, the oaths that we owe them to, we don't say the complete. When I saw the complete oaths, I was like, okay, so why do people skip the part? The part where they said, I would definitely save life, but after I do all of this, I will enjoy the benefits of it. I cannot be saving lives. And then
dilapidated.
And you know, there was this trend on when doctors were asking for, I think about 3-point-something million to be paid to them every month. People were like, what are you people even doing? We now had doctors actually come out. You see doctors who are actually operating where there is no power. They are using torchlights.
You wonder how?
Oh my goodness.
This work.
They are using torchlight to operate.
Just to save lives.
Another doctor said he has been standing for 72 hours. He had to take coke from a straw for him to be able to like get strength to keep doing what he's doing.
Remember the doctor that died in Port Harcourt?
Exactly. So I feel that at this point we should just put the oath aside, because really, why would you be working and you're not seeing what you're doing?
Yes. So Debbie, as much as I agree with you that look, if the oath is not being respected, we put it aside. But that oath really is what is binding. It's like you saying that you're joining the army and you're not going to agree to serve.
Let's agree to the whole thing. I keep working.
All you're
not giving me what I need. Okay,
that's
talking about payments now.
Yeah.
You're not giving me what I need to work with.
To work with.
That's like different frustration.
Right.
And I'm not getting paid.
Right. So there's a saying that goes this way: because the bathwater is dirty, we don't throw the bathwater and the baby away. So I would say temper, justice with mercy. All right. Thank God we don't. Not anytime soon we plan on giving you Chief Justice of Nigeria. If not, we'll be in trouble. Let's take it easy.
Yeah.
But anyways, right.
The business newspaper, we have Nigeria unveils talent accelerator to close skill gaps and drive economic development. This looks like a very good development, and it reads Nigeria has officially launched the Nigeria Talent Accelerator Network, a game-changing initiative aimed at strengthening the nation's workforce capabilities, addressing critical productivity gaps, accelerating digital transformation, and preparing Nigeria's workforce for the future of work. This is actually a good one for someone like you who is mostly in the talent space. This should be good news.
So I mean, So the good thing is that we can afford to now see that creative sector, will be able to enjoy its full benefits. However, having said so, let's now look at it closely to now answer the question. Right? Remember, I don't know if when we was here when we spoke about IP, intellectual property, great stuff. So I think this is the right time where we will now narrow our eye and our vision on that area, saying if the creative sector is going to have to enjoy a boom, then we must control and protect the back end. What's the back end? The intellectual property itself. It's very important. Because not just chunking out ideas, hoping that in return you make money, which obviously is the case because we have the numbers, the population, 200-something million people. And of course, in creative work right now, online is all the way to go. But what about the IP? What about royalties? I'm saying this because even as a radio broadcaster also, I can tell you for years, we played a lot of songs of people who had to bring it themselves. But the question now is, what about those ones that we played and then we didn't ask them for permission to play the song? Are they going to enjoy their royalties? So in Nigeria here, we must look at all those areas. I know it's a tough one to crack, but eventually we'll get there because every other person needs to enjoy the benefit, even to the point of he or she who is going to be the one to even play it. What about the performing arts? So there's a whole lot. I'll leave it at that so I don't break it down.
Let's quickly take a look at what the Guardian newspaper
is saying. So the Guardian says here, it says, ambition, legal battles, stall PDP convention, threatens 2027 prospects. The ambition, legal battles, stall PDP convention, threaten 2027 prospects. The other one here says, FG may suspend planned CGT over market concerns. And by the way, the one about the PDP, you can find that one in page 6 of the Guardian. Then, For FGE, may suspend planned CGT over market concerns. You can find that one in page 3 of the Guardian. And of course, you can see the front page there on TV. There's a lineup of key politicians. We see Wike, Makinde, you also see Jandon, some other key people there too. It just goes to make you understand that they're hitting up towards 2027. Even though right now, Wike has proven himself to be the weaker man in some certain issues. We'll get to that when the time comes. So here it says, Wike military officer feud over dispute FCT property. Yes, like I said, we'll get to that story, right, either in our newspaper here, which we have here, or social listening. But my probably needs to just put some small light on that. Page 30 there, for those of you who saw that video of Wike standing up to a naval officer. Should I just tell you my 2 cents about it? Very quickly. Truth be told, it has come to a point in our nation where we need to understand that our actions can tell a lot. Now, the action of someone who is a key office holder, like a minister, right, can even tell much more. I must say that I was 100% disdained and disgusted to see Wike at that level, not being able to, comprehend his thoughts and hold his emotion. Yeah. Even if that land that he was prevented from getting into didn't have full documents, there are many ways we could have gone about it. We are in a time where the international world is narrowing its eye and focusing on our security detail and why they are not defeating Boko Haram. We're in a time when the public trust in our military, the Navy, and our armed forces in general is being questioned. This is not the time for Wike to weaken their position even further. That video has gone viral, and I must give kudos to that young man, that young officer. I think his name is A.M. Yerima or something. I can't remember, but I will check. I must give kudos to him. Right? If I was, right, his commanding officer, I would push his name up for promotion. The promotion, matter of fact. He just simply made it very clear that it is a big difference from being a politician and a trained, disciplined officer, whether in the Navy, right, or the Army or the Air Force. So, my friend, I salute you. Fantastic. I must tell you, for what is what, he was given, instruction, place the position to carry out order, which is not to allow anybody cross that, and he stood his ground without even insulting the FCT minister. It just shows maturity, even though the FCT minister is old enough to be his father, but he stood his ground. And this kind of thing we want to see from our young aspiring officers, or rather the young officers who are already there, the young commissioned officers. And for what it's worth, I've seen a lot of people have responded. Likes of Borotai has responded. Some other key people also responded, saying they give kudos to the young officer. And I haven't said so. Truth be told, right? If Wike was smart enough, he couldn't have lost face, because he lost face there. I want to come to the other, personnel who were, on the side of Wike, such disgraceful act. Whatever happened to the idea of camaraderie? Whatever happened to the idea of, esprit de corps? Meaning to say that, look, even though I am in a different arm of the force, I respect you on the other side of the force. I expected them to show that, because the naval officer, they showed utmost respect for Nigerian, a Nigerian honorable, at the same time, respect for his commanding officer, and at the same time, respect for the Nigerian Constitution, Nigerian Armed Forces. Kudos to him. At this point, all Navy officers or Army or Air Force will be so proud to be part of the force. It shows that, look, something is wrong with our political class. It shows that something is definitely wrong. And the lacuna that we're experiencing now, if not nip in the bud, can weaken the position of our personnel, can kill morale. So I expect all senior officers of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force to weigh into this now and say, look, you know what? This should not happen. I'm not saying it's going to to cool. I didn't say so. But I'm saying that, look, to maintain the integrity and to up the morale of the boys who are fighting insurgency. It's not Wike that's fighting insurgency. No. It's not politicians fighting insurgency. No. There are people out there, strong men and women of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and of course the Army itself, fighting this insurgency, we need their morale to be up. So this is the wrong time to be having a face-off. And by the way, Wiki lost face 100%. If he was smart enough, he could have simply just done what? Gotten the number of his commanding officer or the former chief staff. Yes, exactly. So he simply brought himself down. And of course, he got the treatment that he deserved.
See that bringing himself
He did.
down. Like,
He
I
did.
always say, Wiki will always be Wiki. There's really nothing Wiki would do today
That make you
tomorrow,
feel.
make me feel a certain kind of way.
Now that's the problem about being a politician.
No, if you know who Wiki is, you don't expect anything less. So when I saw the video and in my head, I was like, why is everyone making a post?
He is who he is. He's not ashamed of it. So
He's going to do what?
yeah, that's
I'm even surprised that it was just words that he was trading with.
but he dare not put a finger
Dare
on
not, of course.
the officer, because at that point in time, that officer, he's the commanding officer of that particular point, he can give the order for his boss to open fire, because once you touch the uniform, which means you've threatened him, and he would respond immediately.
Wiki would always be Wiki. I would never be shocked or surprised by anything Wiki does, because I've seen him do worse. And he has threatened to do worse on several occasions. So, like you said, there are better ways to do it. There are better ways for somebody who is not Wiki. But Wiki has a way, and that is the way he would usually.
Maybe he thought he was in Rivers State talking to Governor Fubara or Simi. He's a joker. Well, let's buy.
Look at the Vanguard newspaper. The Vanguard newspaper, the big story there reads diplomatic engagement yielding results. And that is coming from the federal government on the whole Trump issue. And we also have, this is a very good one, if it's actually really implemented. We've approved duty-free importation for aircraft spare parts, KMO. And then another one reads, no governor can complain of poor funding under Tinubu. And that's coming from Sonwolio. You can get a book of that story on page 10 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have PDP crisis. Lamido secures another court order stopping conversion. And that story is on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have the Anambra, we just completed Anambra election. Anambra poll. Soludo deputy receives certificate of return from INEC. And that story is on page 11 of the Vanguard newspaper. And at the top of the Vanguard newspaper, we have Tinubu reforms winning. Tinubu reforms winning now. And that is from Baduru, Anyim, Arewa, Think Tank. And that is on page 57. And we also have Wike, soldiers bicker over alleged land grabbing in Abuja. And that's on page 9 of the Vanguard newspaper. And finally, on the Vanguard newspaper, we have Edu pledges review of capital gains tax to boost investors' confidence. We spoke about that already, and that story is on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. Should we still talk about the Anambra State Cup election? I wasn't here on Monday when it was talked about.
In fact, it was interesting. I mean, I had to throw in a weight there and then keep my emotions aside. But all in all, truth be told, I would say the fact that we could have a violence-free election, right? No record of violence whatsoever. I give kudos to Anambra State, not because I'm from that state, but I mean, sometimes when something is good, you talk about it, right? But I know there were some other hidden money changing hands. That is hidden. We didn't see that. What we saw is what we'll talk about. And as soon as we see the way it is, without me being, biased, I would say for once I'm proud. I'm proud of being someone who's from that state. But how I will say so, I'm not a politician. We're just more interested to know that such elections will just come and go without any problems at all, knowing that Anambra has always had issues of, thugs and have issues of cultism and all that stuff. But for the fact that everything just went smooth and cool, it shows that, look, INEC, right, can actually use what has happened in Anambra State to set a great, trajectory for other states and against 2027, which is ahead, which means that it is possible that we can have, peaceful elections across Nigeria where lives will not be lost, where people will not lose their property all in the name of politicians who they look up to. So I think it was a good one. Soludo, again, like we all know, finally again is back again to the seat for another term. We say that he should do a great work. We are hoping that he will do a great work. And of course, government is in continuum. He knows where they've stopped, continue from there, and then use this money, the state of the money, all right, beg your pardon, the money of the state, use it wisely, and achieve great stuff. Hopefully, in another 2 or 3 years, we'll come back and assess what he has done.
And I really hope he leaves Peter Obi alone and focus on the things that needs to be focused on in the state. That has been one of the debates that people have had over during the last tenure.
Right.
Not focusing on the things that needs to be focused on, and just having to compare his tenure with that of
Peter Obi.
And I understand how politics can be, but when it comes to the state's affairs of the affairs of the state, you should put politics aside and tend to the needs of the people first,
as it should be.
Yeah, before any other before sentiment or whatever he thinks about a particular person. But it's a good one. But I must say, like I said when I saw the results, when Ambra just voted for Abga, and that's possible.
Most definitely.
Of that information,
oh well.
Now let's take a look at this one. No governor quickly can complain of poor funding under Tinubu, and that is it's coming from Sanwo-Olu. Is this? Do you really agree with this, or it's Sanwo-Olu, and we all know how Sanwo-Olu is to Tinubu? So do you think this is just coming from his own perspective, or this is actually true?
Again, as much as I don't want to sound, as if I am for or against a particular party, truth be told, right? When someone plays a major role in your career, when someone, is like a catalyst in making sure that you get to your desired destination, most definitely you will throw a lot of, admiration his way or her way. Most definitely you will speak in favor and not against. I don't see someone who's saying anything that will be contrary to that. Whether or not he has a contrary opinion, about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, it's best keeps it himself. It wasn't not too far ago where he was in his I don't want to say bad books of the president, but where there was a bit of misunderstanding. And we saw how that played out, when they were going to launch when I opened the Calabar Coastal Road, the governor wasn't there. I'm sure there was a reason why he wasn't there. We don't know what transpired, but however, we're not shocked to see that the governor can say that no one can complain of poor funding under Tinubu.
The allocation has increased.
Has been flowing, So,
anyways, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day as we wrap up the newspaper review. The cartoon of the day.
Right.
We have somebody that we know who is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And on the right side, on the left side, we have the presidential schedule and itinerary. And then we have foreign trips, APC defection party, project commissioning, foreign trips, and short working break. Then we have an insane general. Let's get straight to it. How many terrorists have you neutralized today? Do not disturb. That's the security report. It's busy with the security report. So yeah.
So there's something we're not seeing there now. What we're not seeing that, yes, that the door that says "do not disturb" is a transparent door, and we see someone that looks like Donald Trump peeping through that door. So it's truly now. There's something we're not what see. You can see people just peeping, saying, "Let's go and see exactly what is." What this person is doing. I hope the funds and he or she, beg your pardon, that he is doing what he has said he was going to do. So, more creative work spells out which it is. So, Atsuko, well done. I'm sure even if politicians are looking at this, watching this now, they'll probably be laughing at we like what they've done there. So just so we know, we're not in any way trying to, undermine anybody's ability to deliver as a leader. We're just sometimes some great humor has a way of, suiting things up. So this is a great one for me.
Valentine has a way of making us see what we're not seeing. And
But in this case,
yes,
isn't it so?
Anyways, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is how we can take all the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is Business Morning. Please stay tuned. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. This is the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you join us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. The Senate, through its Committee on Public Accounts, has rejected the written explanations submitted by management of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited over an alleged unaccounted 210 trillion naira spanning 2017 to 2023. The committee, chaired by Aliyu Wadada, reportedly acted on 19 separate audit queries raised by the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation in its financial reports for the period. The committee had earlier directed NNPCL to account for the staggering 210 trillion naira in financial discrepancies, as the NNPCL management responded in writing to the 19 audit queries, failing to appear physically before the committee on Tuesday, November 11, 2025, as previously scheduled and agreed. Wadada described the NNPCL's management conduct as offensive evasiveness, warning that the committee would no longer recognize any form of written representation from the company. The lawmaker revealed that the company's financial submissions raised major red flags, particularly claims of 103 trillion naira in accrued expenses and 107 trillion naira in receivables, totaling 210 trillion naira within the 6-year period. And moving on, Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has revealed that talks are in progress to review the controversial capital gains tax ahead of its implementation next January. Edun said the CGT, a part of a series of tax reform measures by the government, which have generated concerns from investors and brokers alike, would be looked into to allow optimum results. Nigeria is tripling capital gains tax for foreign equity investors from 10%, a move analysts say is likely the reason for the bearish trend in the market that has shed about 8% in 1 week. Edun's guidance for a likely review is expected to usher in a turnaround for the market and allay fears that have seen the market in red recently, even though it's up about 40% since January. And still on, the Naira on Tuesday maintained its steady run, closing flat across segments of the foreign exchange market as Nigeria's external reserves continued to rise. At the end of trading, the Naira depreciated marginally by 1.42 as the dollar was quoted at 1,438 naira 71 kobo compared to 1,437 naira 29 kobo on Monday at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market. In the private markets, the local currency appreciated by 5 naira to close at 1,455 per dollar on Tuesday, stronger than 1,460 naira recorded the previous day. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the country's external reserves have maintained a steady build-up, rising to $43.36 billion as of 10th November 2025. And to end the news, Warren Buffett said it will go quiet after stepping down as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway at the end of this year, ending a 6-decade tradition of writing his famed annual letter to stakeholders. Buffett revealed he will no longer write the lead message in Berkshire's annual report, but will continue to deliver a Thanksgiving message and increase its philanthropic giving as it plans to donate his remaining $149 billion stake in Berkshire Hathaway to charity. Buffett has built an investing legacy and a folksy public persona through his letters to shareholders and his steady advocacy for American capitalism. Gray Abel, vice chairman of Berkshire's non-insurance operations, will take over as CEO next year after he was reportedly identified as Buffett's chosen successor in 2021. Buffett praised Abel in his latest letter, saying he has more than met the high expectations he had for him when he first thought he should be Berkshire's next CEO. And still to come after the break, unlocking capital for agri SMEs and youth entrepreneurs. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to our first conversation this morning. Across Africa, agriculture remains a critical engine for growth and employment, especially for the continent's youth. Yet, access to capital continues to limit the potential of agribusinesses and small-scale entrepreneurs looking to scale. Joining us today to discuss unlocking capital for agri-SMEs and youth entrepreneurs is Adal Sakre, a globally recognized entrepreneur, investor, and advocate for African food innovation. She's the founder and CEO of Nolly Foods, now expanding to Washington, D.C., and principal at AgroLay Ventures, supporting some of Africa's fastest-growing startups. Ada also sits on several prominent boards, including the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, the African Enterprise Challenge Fund, and the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. Good morning, Ada. It's good to have you join us this morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right. So first of all, congratulations on Nolly's expansion to Washington, D.C. Now let's start with that. What does this move represent for you personally and for African foods brands globally?
Thank you so much. It's such a big feat for us at Newly. We're a 9-year-old company born, bred here in Lagos, Nigeria. So it really is something special to be able to open up and expand globally in this way. It really is a proof point of, belief that I had since day one when we started Newly, that Africa can truly feed the world, and we should truly begin to start thinking about building world-class global food brands that can travel across continents. So personally, it's really been nearly 10 years in the making of working with people, with my team, with farmers in Nigeria, working with, just playing around with our homegrown recipes and our own homegrown foods, and really seeing it being celebrated at a global stage. So for me, it's so special to see our indigenous crops incorporated in our Newly menu and seeing the global community learning but truly enjoying it as well.
Very well said. So we know that agriculture is often described as Africa's biggest employer, but yet funding remains one of its toughest challenges. Why does access to capital continue to be such a major hurdle for agri-SMEs and also youth entrepreneurs?
Yeah, no, this one is one that's really close to my heart. And for the last nearly 15 years or so, it's what I've worked on tirelessly. We have nearly a $160 billion financing gap for SMEs, especially in the agri-food space across Africa. And this sort of gets even worse when you move up the value chain upstream. So, there are a few reasons. The first I can think of is just there's a big perceived risk of agriculture, but which innovation today is dealing with, be it weather risks, price volatility, issues around post-harvest losses, and banks have to price that in, and banks are the typical financiers we find on the continent. So that's one. Second, many agri-SMEs, just like most entrepreneurs that are starting out, they don't have formalized businesses. They don't have their financial records, short operating histories. So they really struggle to meet the traditional lending sort of frameworks, or even for venture capital or private equity. They struggle to meet the metrics that are needed for an investor or capital provider to think that this is a business I want to back. When there's no data, where do you start? And then third, investors and lenders are often looking for scale and quick returns, unfortunately. And agriculture truly is one that requires patient capital. I'm a big believer in patient capital, especially for Africa, especially for Nigeria. So you have to truly think through the types of capital being matched to the type of business. And I don't think that link has happened in a solid way for agriculture. So for me, those are some of the big things that have been barriers for entrepreneurs, those seeking capital to truly move the needle in the agri-financing space. But we're fixing it, and we can talk about that during this conversation.
All right. Now let's look at unlocking capital now. From your work at AgroLay Ventures, what innovative financing models have you seen that actually works for small agribusinesses?
Yeah, it's across the board for small, for medium, for large. I have, worked at AgroLay to truly drive catalytic capital. I think the first is maybe one that I mentioned earlier, just thinking through structures that are more patient, but more tailor-made to the type of transaction you're looking at. Don't apply cookie cutter, maybe just a loan. Let me give you a blanket loan, pay back, no moratorium, not thinking through the cash flows of the business, and you're just doing something that is what you've done for an oil and gas business, for example. But in the food and agriculture space, it's different. Weather patterns, harvest seasons, price volatility, thinking through lack of infrastructure here and there. So you should really try to think about if it's still generating cash flows. Maybe I give it a little bit of time. Maybe I price with the royalty-based type funding or revenue-based funding, and every time they pay me back or the money flows into their account, I take a little slice on top of it of my interest. So somewhere or the other, I'm getting paid back and improving my returns as a financier. I like blended finance models. We have to think about that for agriculture, and specifically in Africa, where you put commercial capital with concessional funding. This to me is the biggest area that we need to unlock. Get the concessional financing from folks like the public sector, government agencies, or development finance institutions, and match it with commercial capital to buy down that risk, to think about being more patient and more subsidized in the way it's applied to the business. And I think there's structures around that really make it exciting. I think at the end of the day, the important models that work really also think about financing with some sort of support, business support, mentorship support, mental support for a founder. I think we forget about that. We talk about technical assistance a lot, but sometimes it's not about just reading financials, but it's about how do you support a founder to grow as a leader and to build a business that is going to last. And that needs some level of more emotional and mental support to guide their leadership journey. So these are things that I believe at AgroLay we brought to the table over time, so that we can translate into stronger businesses and investable businesses.
Right. So do you think local financial institutions and also investors are doing enough to support agri-entrepreneurship, or is the sector still too dependent on development funding?
Oh my gosh, they have made a lot of progress. I still remember when I worked in the Ministry of Agriculture as a senior advisor to the Minister of Agriculture at the time, Dr. Adeshina, and we did a lot of work with trying to unlock financing from the Nigerian banking system. Everything like giving guarantees and finding ways to truly buy down that risk. And they came a long way. They came into it. These banks have put funding towards agriculture. As you know, Central Bank did some work there as well. So there has been a marked effort. Many of them now have agri desks as well, so that it's more focused on the industry context. But a lot more can be done, I believe. It's still work in progress. And I wouldn't say that it's too dependent on development funding. Indeed, it does have to depend on some sort of concessional funding. As I mentioned, it should be a blend of both the commercial capital and the development funding. But you have lots of private capital going in, especially for the agri-tech businesses, folks thinking through innovative ways of doing things both on the farm, using artificial intelligence, using all sorts of data measures to predict what would happen with harvest, or to support farmers to know when to plant or when to put their inputs, all the way up to interesting platforms that allow you to aggregate, or allow farmers to aggregate and people to bulk buy, or at the food businesses, like in my business, restaurants, platforms that allow us to sell to our customers, the Glovos, the Chowdex. That's all innovation in the food system, and it's all being funded. So it's work in progress. It is work in progress, and I'm glad to see the progress being made.
So how do you think the government and policymakers can help de-risk investment in agriculture in order to attract more private capital?
One of the biggest things is to de-risk agriculture investments is to provide the infrastructure. And, I know it's maybe we sound like broken records when we say this, and it cuts really across many sectors, not just agriculture, but specifically in this space. Without proper infrastructure like roads, how do you take products out from the farms to the cities or to the factories? Without cold chain infrastructure, how do you preserve that produce? Without the process, without energy and power to process a processing facility, how do you truly run and transform that tomato into tomato paste? Or how do you transform the cassava into cassava flour? You need power. You need power. And how do SMEs run their businesses if they're spending all their operating expenses on running a generator? So this really needs to be focused on. And there are some models that happen where you have processing zones where it's dedicated power and infrastructure that allows businesses to thrive within that. But without doing this, the operational risk remains high. So I believe the government, policymakers can work towards this. When it comes to land, issues around land titles is important, especially for women. I think it's important that women start owning their title. Women farmers own the title as well. We can think about targeted fiscal incentives as well that encourage exports. For example, I take produce now to the US to use in our business. How do we think about the sorts of treaties with governments to make sure that we make our agricultural produce more competitive, as well as figuring out how to support issues around quality and making sure, as we think about exports, to be more competitive, we have to meet certain standards. And this truly, to meet those standards and certifications, it is expensive and not many businesses can afford it. So is it something that the government should think about using their proper agencies, NAFDAC, SON, all of that, to buy down this cost for SMEs? So there's a lot to be done. We know it's being talked about. And I think it's more about how do we consistently implement and execute.
All right, let's now move our focus to youth and innovation. You've been a very vocal advocate for young entrepreneurs in the food and agricultural space. So what are the biggest barriers you see for youth-led startups trying to access funding?
It's pretty much similar when I've been talking about SMEs and the folks we invest in at AgroDay. They're typically youths. And it's the similar barriers I mentioned earlier, so I wouldn't want to repeat myself. I think maybe another thing I'll just add is something around that I haven't mentioned, is something around just creating the ecosystems for them to thrive. I talked about mental health and really providing that leadership capacity for an entrepreneur, a youth-led entrepreneur, to know what it means to build teams, what it means to be a founder, what it means to drive a business, to take responsibility, to be disciplined and have accountability. In this Gen Z world we're in, I do find that sometimes not having that discipline of a 9 to 5 and really going straight into the TikTok world or wherever, I think we're losing something there. And I think we need to pull back and guide young entrepreneurs, especially in agriculture, to focus on that. And then the second thing will be around social networks as well. I know what that has done for me as an entrepreneur, just being able to have the right people to call, to mentor you, to open up doors, to finance you, to advise you. And I think this should be something that we create those spaces for the networks and the natural connections to happen, so that it truly opens up the world of opportunity for youth-led startups.
All right, let's now take it to the global angle. With Nolly's international expansion, how do you see African food brands influencing global food system and perceptions of African innovation?
We're truly entering a moment where culture and cuisine are global currencies. I always say that, we're riding on the momentum of Afrobeats music and African fashion. Now it's time for African food. Because when you combine those three things, that's what it means to have culture. So it's not only about the creative industry and promoting Nollywood and film. I think that we really need to also promote our food. and not just food from exports and sending raw materials, but it's about how do you create the experiences like Newly, a restaurant, a fast casual restaurant that can stand next to some of the biggest brands over there in terms of the format it's being presented. And that gives people the experience. It introduces them to the culture. So I see us being able to do it in this way and shift demand towards our own African superfoods. Our moringa is used in smoothies that we are over there. We use our moringa in our green juices where we squeeze moringa with apple and ginger, and people love it. Our zobo sells out almost every day. Our fonio that we source from Jos, female farmers in Jos, fonio is acha. That sells out. We make it in a fonio jollof style. Our jollof is just the most popular one. So I feel like we can find ways to truly tell our African stories through our food, but we have to think differently. We have to think differently and present it in the way that the consumer is used to, but still staying authentic to who we are. And I think that's what we do at Newly, and I'm very excited about the future.
All right, what lessons do you think African agri-SMEs can learn from operating in more mature markets like the US?
There are a lot. I think one I would say very quickly is the discipline to go by the rules, because there's full accountability and there's no way out. Be it making sure that your health inspection is passed, or you are making sure that you are treating your staff right, for example, and labor laws are enforced. I think that's really, really a big one. I think something around, and so that covers regulations. A second one is around the consumer insights and being able to iterate and truly build for the consumer. It's such a consumer-heavy space out in the US. And so you have to be on top of the ball and listen. The first week, the way our jollof bowls looked was very different from what it looks like today, because we wanted to present something that we didn't want people to think too much, because they're like, okay, how do you put it? How do you use it? So we just curated something in the way we would eat it in a Nigerian wedding party. And they love it that way. So really listening to your consumer in a big way. It's a mature market, so you have to also be ready. Very competitive. So you as a business going in there, you have to truly understand how you're going to set yourself apart. Don't just think that you are coming in and you do things the way you've done. We adjusted things on our menu while still staying true to the Newly brand, but we had to listen very carefully and ensure that we had a strong differentiating position so that we stand out in a crowded market.
So much, Ada. Well, finally, before I let you go, let's look ahead. What kind of ecosystem do you hope to see for agri-entrepreneurs in the next 5 to 10 years? And what role do investors, government, and entrepreneurs themselves need to play to make that happen?
Oh, there are a few things. So it's a great question. I think, we need an ecosystem that's accessible. And by that, it means that all the frameworks, infrastructure, things, financing is all in place. We need an ecosystem, secondly, that has patient capital. I've said this a few times on this call, this conversation. Patient capital is so important. And finally, we just need to see value chains that are developed. Storage, logistics, farming, processing, all the way. And maybe I would even add, we need to see a pipeline of people excited to go into food systems and knowing that they will be rewarded at the end of the day, because it is a lucrative sector once done right. And I think that, ultimately the role the government has to play and investors, they have to continue investing in public goods and in the models for governance. And entrepreneurs need to build business models that work and that scale and stand the test of time. So that's my view looking ahead.
All right. Thank you so much for your time on Business Morning Show, Ada Osakwe.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Still to come after the break, building sustainable agri-food value chains in Nigeria. Do stay with us. They say money never sleeps,
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning and you're on to the second conversation for today. Nigeria's agriculture sector continues to hold immense potential, not just as a source of food and jobs, but as a driver of industrial growth and foreign exchange. Yet, challenges around inefficiency, post-harvest losses, poor infrastructure, and limited access to markets continue to weaken the country's agri-food value chain. Building a sustainable value chain means strengthening every link from production and processing to distribution and consumption, ensuring that farmers, processors, and consumers all benefit fairly while protecting the environment and boosting productivity. And joining us to discuss building sustainable agri-food value chains in Nigeria is Elena Durodola, an agricultural expert and deep experience in agricultural science and production system. She's been involved in driving innovative approaches to improve productivity, sustainability, and value addition across Nigeria's agri-food ecosystem. Elena, it's very good to have you on the Business Morning this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's quite a pleasure. All right, let's go straight into it. Let's start with the broad view. When we talk about sustainable agri-food value chain, what exactly does it mean for Nigeria?
Okay, sustainable. I think when we talk about the phrase sustainable agri-food system, we're thinking about sustainability and agri-food system. So for agri-food system, we're actually looking at the old journey from farm to fork, and that's the production on farm. We're looking at the processing, the marketing, and also down to consumption at home. And then when we talk about sustainability, we are also looking at the word sustenance, something being able to continue. It's your approach to doing something that ensures its continuity in future, not just one-time thing. There's a way you run a business that just means you're going to run it down. And there's a way you run agriculture that might imply that you might not be able to produce in future. It's like that. So that's really what, when we think about sustainability and agri-food systems, we're thinking about producing, marketing, and all of these things in a way that we're able to sustain them. We're able to continuously have these things. So that's basically what I would say. is sustainability in our food systems. Yeah.
So talk to us about the major weaknesses and also bottlenecks in the Nigerian current agri-food value chain.
Well, I would say some of the major bottlenecks I would say is infrastructure. And another one I would also say is we also have challenges with data. And I would just say, starting with infrastructure, I would say one of the things that we always have challenges with, especially in agriculture, is waste, and it's a problem with logistics. So if we have better infrastructure for logistics, that could be something that makes agriculture a lot easier. And then when we also talk about data, because to a large extent, agriculture requires a lot of planning. And sometimes when people talk about policies or things they want to do, and then they are bringing data from 10 years ago, or they don't even have data at all, that kind of, means that whatever policy or plans or programs you'll be making from that data might not be suitable for the changes that have already happened, because the world is constantly changing, new knowledge, new things, and those things are things I would say are very important. Having data, having correct data. And I would say it's also like iterations. You have to keep going back, what's new, and then how does it influence what we the solutions we currently have. How can we improve our current solution? I would say another thing is education. To a large extent, a lot of people don't exactly know what is sustainable and not sustainable in the context of their own farm, in the context of their own agricultural businesses, even down to the supply chain, not just the farmers, people in the value addition part, even down to the food business industry itself.
All right. So from your background, you have a background in agricultural science and production system. So how do you think Nigeria can improve productivity at the farm level and still maintain sustainability and soil health?
Okay. How can we
maintain sustainability and soil health and also improve production system at the farm level?
Yeah, the farm level. So now we're talking strictly about the farm.
Yeah.
Improving sustainability at farm level, it's a bunch of different things. And you saying the mention of soil at this point, you're thinking more of agronomy and how farmers, can preserve the soil, how farmers can enhance the soil while doing their business. So when we always think about food security, right? And when we think about food security, we're thinking about increasing production, we're thinking about intensification and how to just produce more. That's what farmers think about. And then there's also something to consider, that we shouldn't, deplete the natural resources when we are trying to do this. I'll just say some of the things that can improve sustainability and soil health when it comes to being on farm. An example would be technicalities. That's how I would say the farmer's understanding on how to plant their crop. Now, I would say on a maize field, it depends. The topography of the soil will determine how you plant it. Do you plant and I mean the slope. There's a way you plant that would make the soil more vulnerable to erosion. And with erosion year in and year out, you would realize that soil is no longer, or the land is no longer usable for agriculture again. That's a way that influences soil health. And then another thing you also see is people's use of organic manure or chemical fertilizers, and that's also something that also influences soil health. When we talk about using organic manures have their way of improving the soil health. They release nutrients to the soil gradually. They help microorganisms in the soil to also thrive, and that way we're also protecting biodiversity in the soil. And when you protect biodiversity in the soil, that means the soil is more resilient, even when it comes to climate change and all of that things. It's more resilient to even erosion. It's more resilient in the terms that it has it has it has natural, would I say, natural enemies of pests and diseases of crops, and all of these things can improve soil health. Another thing that could also improve soil health and sustainability on farm is also, because now currently I'm talking about agronomy alone, but it's also how people use other things like pesticides, use other things like fungicides and all of those things. When it comes to how do I put it? Because I'm trying not to use too technical words. Yes, so that it's very
relatable.
Yes, very relatable. So there's something we call integrated pest management, and it's using a bunch of different things from chemicals to biological enemies and even physical controls to pests. And when people approach protecting the soil or protecting their plants from pests, from just let's just spray some chemicals, a bunch of chemicals on it. Of course, it also has its residual effects on the kind of product you get from that soil, but it also means that you're also killing soil organisms around. And the implication is we don't always understand how important this biodiversity is for our soil, in the sense that all these organisms, other organisms that you would kill in the process of killing trying to kill some specific pest, all these other organisms that you'd be killing are things that are desirable for your farm, that are helpful, and are very important for sustainability.
All right, let's talk about climate change now. We all understand how climate change can also affect farming patterns. So what adaptive measure do you think can, be used to scale and make agricultural production more resilient to climate change?
Okay. When it comes to, some of the points I've given previously are also kind of related to these things. Okay. Like I said, good soil health can make agriculture more resilient. Another thing we also have to think about is I also mentioned data previously. We also have to, have people that we need our weather people that are able to give, especially locally, not just nationally, because I don't think we have very strong weather forecasting here in Nigeria, especially locally, because we are thinking about local governments by local governments, because those are where the farmers are. It might be raining right here, it might be raining right here, and it's not raining somewhere else. And all of that means the weather condition for each place is very different, and there has to be fair warning for farmers. I'll just give a short story, because I'm more into livestock, but I can remember walking in on one of my staff crying, and she was crying about the fact that her father had planted some yams and rain had refused to fall. And, initially you wouldn't, if you weren't in that particular sector, you wouldn't realize that that's something that can happen to people. They could invest a lot of money into planting, and they probably have a rain-fed farm. And that's something that when they don't have proper data or information on what is going to happen, they wouldn't be able to plan. And then another thing people can also do in that situation is irrigation. Of course, we know that it might be expensive, but there are other ways. There are ways to collect waters in reservoirs when there's excess of rain that can be used to irrigate eventually. And that thing is also diversification, because it's better to plant more than one particular crop, just like a bunch of different things. That also improves resilience. And the thing is, even a combination of different crops on the soil is also good for soil health, because they kind of complement each other. And I would say other things that could be very good for farm is trying to incorporate agroforestry. I mean, although it always sounds like it's a lot difficult to mechanize farms that have agroforestry in place, but you realize that these things are still very vital for soil health, and we should find, even if it's trying to move into smaller machines, of course, this is like going really far from where we are now, because we are even still trying to get machines at all, talk less of smaller machines that could work in between and all of that. So some of these things, I'll say, so it all boils down to farmers being able to diversify, so that they have more than one particular crop per time. It also boils down to them getting proper information on weather, and then also trying to irrigate, also trying to conserve, or would I say collect water when there is excess of rainfall in reservoirs and all of those things. So those are some of the things that farmers can do.
All right. So one of the things that farmers usually complain about is post-harvest losses. So what do you think can be done to actually curb this, for us to be able to curb wastage and also strengthen processing and storage system?
Okay. Yeah, post-harvest loss is actually a very serious issue. I think it's estimated that about 1/3 of the food that we produce goes to waste. And yeah, I think one thing that farmers can do, especially very small scale farmers, is value addition.
Okay.
Yes. So if you actually do have a small farm, maybe a cassava farm, you should be thinking of how to process this cassava into all these things, maybe fufu, gari, starch, and different things. And then when it comes to bigger farms, because the truth is, when it comes to bigger farms, a farmer cannot be saddled with the responsibility of producing, processing, and storaging. We need a lot more people to come into the agricultural value chain. A lot of people want to come into agriculture, and the first thing that goes to their mind is, I want to have a farm, I want to plant. But there are so many ways to, join the agricultural sector beyond actually going into farming itself directly. You could join in just transportation in agriculture alone. You could join with just, marketing produce, buying off from farmers. And I know when the first question that you had asked about sustainability, I know I hadn't mentioned how important it is for us to look at, when we talk about sustainability, we have to think about the people, we have to think about planet, we also have to think about profit. So when it comes to people, which is the social aspect, people that come into agricultural value chain, they should see themselves as partners, not trying to exploit each other. Because when they're exploiting each other, the implication is it's not going to be sustainable. At some point, people would have to pull off because somebody else is suffering from the choices that partners are making along that value chain. But yeah, I think when we want to try to reduce post-harvest losses, those are some of the things that we have to think about. And then when people are in this agricultural value chain, beyond just being farmers, when they are marketing, when they are transporting, we also have more people that are advocating for infrastructure in agriculture. Now, and then we also have people that, because I feel people that are marketing and all of those things, they also have a say in agricultural, in sustainable agricultural practices. Sometimes even beyond extension workers that may be able to tell farmers, this and this is what you can do better on farm. When you have off-takers, people that are committed to these farmers, you get to tell the farmers, oh, look, these are good practices, these aren't. And then those same people are also people that could also advocate, oh, these are roads that are bad. These are ways we could leverage the Nigerian rail for transportation in agriculture and all of these things. And we also have to think about the fact that I think I've not mentioned that today, but yeah, the fact that it is really very important that food waste doesn't happen, not just because, we need more food. It's also because food waste also has its impact on greenhouse gas emission. It also has that also affects climate change. And those are some of the things that we want to put in perspective as to why we want to really, try to tackle food loss and food waste in agriculture.
So how do you think we can better engage young people and also women in agriculture, especially in areas like agri-tech and processing?
Okay, how can we engage more people? Well, I feel like I'm very encouraged, I would say, by what I see with young people in agriculture. There is quite a number of young people in agriculture, and that's really very beautiful to see. One of the things I think we could do to encourage more people is easier access into the markets, or would I say support incentives to come. And I don't mean just incentives that are not really monitored, because sometimes there are programs that you start, you empower some people, and you realize that a couple of months down the line, those people don't follow through with working in that area. You have to empower people that have shown interest, that kind of have some form of legacy, or they're already doing something, or would I say pedigree in it, or they are showing a lot of interest. They've done this, they've worked with these farmers, like they have been doing all those things before. I think incentives for people, like governments could also incentivize people going into these things with subsidies for even vehicles for agricultural transportation, talking about subsidies for technologies, or just programs that encourage people to go into breeding, because there's so many things that we need. Like now, Nigeria needs to build our own genetic resources for agriculture, both for animals and for plants. These are areas that I think the government can, people would be interested in going into these things, and these are things that we need, especially when currently we have a lot of strong opinions about GMOs and whatnots and those things. I think it's very important that we ourselves, before we can say we don't want seeds from these people, we don't want animals from these people, we have to be producing our own seeds and animals if we don't want to be getting it from other people. And I think that those are areas that the government can incentivize or encourage people to come in, scholarship, things like that, working with research institutions. We have lots of agricultural research institutions, and then empowering people to come into agricultural technology, biotechnology, genetic research, and all of those things. We're doing our own things by ourselves. If we don't trust, people, foreigners, or would I say international organizations selling to us, those are things that we can, invest in. The government can actually invest in that. And the truth is, we always talk about capital for agriculture. A lot of people always need money to do some of these things. And I feel like it might sound sometimes to people like, why do we have to make agriculture sound like some form of charity case? But the truth is, what we don't realize is we never truly pay the true cost or price for producing food. Like the implication of all this production on our lands, it means that food is actually supposed to be a lot more expensive than it is. I know people are just going to be like, is food not expensive enough already? And this is why it's kind of very important that all of these subsidies should not exactly be seen as waste, because they are kind of very necessary to make food production possible. But it's just that we have to be very careful when we are subsidizing and all of these things. So we are not incentivizing wrong practices, maybe just giving people money for fertilizers that they dump in ways that are not good for soil health, those things. But we have to be very strategic about where exactly we put these subsidies, where we put these incentives, and how we manage this innovation so that we are not counterproductive.
All right, finally, what excites you the most about the future of agriculture or agri-food value chain in Nigeria?
There's so many exciting things, not going to lie. We're talking about precision agriculture. There's so many new developments. We're talking about just even a lot of agri-marketing companies that are coming up. And I'm really very excited to see all these things. I think eventually all these things will influence or promote infrastructure development in the coming years. But I would say personally, what excites me the most is the interest that we are now paying to livestock development in the country at the moment, because I'm sure we've seen that recently we now have like a Ministry of Livestock Development, and in Lagos State too, we also have a department for livestock. Like, people are now focusing more, and in the past times, a lot of times when you talk to people about agriculture, the first thing that comes to their mind is crop production, agronomy. And agriculture is a lot more than that. It's livestock. And I'm speaking particularly as someone who is an animal scientist, because that's more of like my background in agriculture is animal science. I'm very excited for the future of livestock development in Nigeria. I'm thinking about a future where we can now produce a lot more milk than we currently do, because that's something that's going to be really good for us. We import rather most of the milk that we have. And I feel like, like I said, investing in our genetic resources, these are things that if we're able to do, breeding strategies and all of these things. And I know it's coming. It looks very promising. And I just, pray that we're able to keep up with these things.
All right. Thank you so much, Alina. It was really good to have you on the Business Morning Show. It was really insightful.
Thank you very much.
All right. And that's been our focus today on Business Morning, unlocking capital for agri, SMEs and youth entrepreneurship, and also building sustainable agri-food value chains in Nigeria. The Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a good morning.
the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We made the world's gold oil that built nations of ashoke stories. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From President of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchena on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. The Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, beautiful people. This is the big story here on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Mama. Today we turn the spotlight on a conversation that is stirring some conversation. The federal government has introduced a 15% import tariff on petrol and diesel, and not everyone is upset about it. In fact, the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, is applauding the move, calling it a bold and necessary step to protect local refining and grow Nigeria's economy. But a big question this morning is, will this tariff boost local production, or will it just make life harder for everyday Nigerians already struggling with high costs? And now joining us this morning is the Director General of NECA, Adewale Smart Oyerinde, to dissect this conversation. Good morning, Mr. Smart.
Good morning, and thank you for having us.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate this effort. Now let's start with the basics. What exactly does this 15% import tariff actually mean for fuel importers and for Nigerians at large?
Well, I think it's very important. While I say good morning once again to our viewers, I think it's very important that we get the narration very well, because there is a bit of misinformation that is going on, and it's very important that we get the context of this engagement very, very correctly.
Okay.
Now, the 15% tariff is not a blanket 15% on petroleum products.
Okay.
It is 15% tariff on imported petroleum products. Imported.
Okay.
And the reality for us is this. Why, for God's sake, in the first instance, because it seems for many years we have accepted the absurd, the terribly absurd, we have accepted it as standard, which is what is basically affecting the psyche of many of us. We are a country that is also currently, we are working against all the principles of basic economics. Economics 101, when I was in university,
okay,
there is a concept of comparative advantage, that those things that you have comparative advantage on, you leverage your strength. The ones you don't have comparative advantage on, then you can bring in from anywhere in the world. Now we have crude laced with crude oil. We used to have, I am picking my words carefully now, we used to have 4 refineries, because they are all not working now. We are now exporting crude oil. The crude that we have, we are exporting it to import petroleum products. It is absurd.
It is absurd.
And for us, with the advent of the Dangote refinery, with over 650,000 capacity, 650,000 barrel capacity per day, with other refineries that are probably coming here and there, with the encouragement of modular refineries, we have no business importing fuel.
Exactly.
Last week, Oando said their profits tipped by, their profit or revenue tipped by 20%, because they decided, because the change in the dynamics of the oil and gas markets, they stopped importing, and the profit dipped, the revenue dipped by 20%. Now imagine the damage we are doing to ourselves. If revenue dipped by 20%, and this 20% is in billions of naira.
It is
because
actually.
they stopped importation. Now imagine what the kind of good that will happen to this country if across board those cash is not going to private pockets, but it's being used for developmental purposes. So we feel strongly that the government needs to take a very bold step, which he has taken. Let's put some level of restraint on ourselves, our propensity for importation. Let's support the local refiners. Let's create the environment for them to be able to continue to refine, because in stopping importation, the pressure on forex reduces. And if the pressure on forex reduces, the naira will have opportunity to breathe more, and it will have consequential effects not only on our foreign reserves, it will have consequential effects on businesses whose inputs is bought in dollars, and that is the reality of our position. So the 15% is not on a blanket 15% on all petroleum products. It is on imported product. And if America
Haven't made that clear, right? NECA says this policy will protect local refining. But with our refineries still struggling, are we truly ready for that protection to work?
Now, it's either you do it now or you keep creating scenarios, giving yourself reasons and good reasons why you should not do it. Before the fuel petroleum subsidy was removed, if you take your mind back, successive governments have tried to remove the fuel subsidy. At every point they announce, there will be demonstration. After demonstration, the government will call some people to a round table. Let's look for this and that, pushing the effect. Money will be appropriated. After a while, we go back to the same thing. Another government will come, try to do it. So look, we need some level of shock to get us out of the state we have dragged ourselves. And when the president came up, when he was sworn and said subsidy is gone, it caught everybody unawares. And that's the kind of shock that we need. What we have to do and what we have urged government to do is this. The Naira for crude policy that was initiated, I think we need to strengthen that so that the supply at the local level, nothing will hinder it. Because a good policy can turn to an albatross if not well implemented. And what we have advised is this. We must create concurrently, as we have implemented that 15%, the moment we implement that 15%, we must also create the avenue for local refiners, not only to get crude, but also to be able to operate unhindered so that supply will not be short-circuited within the context of local supplies.
All right then. Now, could this move strengthen the Naira? Could it strengthen the Naira as predicted, or might it fuel inflation and even increase transport costs and other sectors?
Well, for us, it will have direct hit on the Naira. It gives the Naira the opportunity to breathe. Because why is Naira facing the challenge it's facing? Because our propensity to demand for dollars for importation is higher. So, and the biggest culprit is importation of fuel. That is one of the areas which is progressively putting pressure on dollars. So if the pressure for importation of fuel is reduced, the demand for dollars will naturally reduce. And the forces of demand and supply, the lesser the demand for dollars, the lower the value of dollars, the higher the value of the Naira. We believe it will have consequential effect on the lives of an average Nigerian. Maybe not immediately, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but in the shortest of the shortest term and in the medium term, it will have a long-term impact on this economy. That strongly we believe.
I also believe that this will attract investors. Okay, from your perspective, does this signal real policy confidence for investors in oil and gas?
Well, why some might feel differently, me as an investor, and I must say this also respectfully. For anybody that commits his 1 Naira to start a business in this environment, anybody that is bold enough to borrow money, to collect credit from the bank, whether locally or internationally, and invest in our country, such people should be given medals, but medals of honor, because it is not easy operating in this environment. So when individuals now bring their hard-earned cash, while some others are taking their funds to Switzerland, to many other countries, and some others are bringing those funds to start businesses here, to employ Nigerians, I think those people demand they should be given medals. And that's the position we have. So liberalizing this process, protecting the local manufacturers and industries, will naturally give any foreign investor some level of confidence to bring his money to this country so that he knows that he will not face the jeopardy of investing and government policy creating unfavorable situation for him. Let me share a real life issue with you. Few years ago, we have businesses a government liberalized the tomato paste industry, and they said, look, we are banning importation of tomato paste because we have tomato here. Businesses here, you can invest and let's start producing tomato within the context of the country. Many countries, many companies invested in machineries, borrowed money, they started the process. Few years later, another government came up and changed that same policy and said people can start investing, can start importing, which creates distortion for those businesses, which basically messed up their investment, messed up the loan they've collected. And those are the stories we've had. So for an average investor, it needs some level of guarantee and level of commitment that the risk he or she is taking to invest in this economy will not turn to regret for him. So that is one of the reasons why we say, look, this will open up the mind of investor to say, look, I can invest in the oil and gas industry knowing that my investment is significantly protected.
Table at the end of the day. Okay, then, so what does the government actually need to fix immediately in our refinery system for this tariff to actually make sense?
Well, I laugh because for as far as I can remember in my professional life, the conversation about turnaround maintenance has never ceased. And the more we turn around, we do the turnaround maintenance, it's like the worse those refineries, the worse they become. And we've heard of recent that the NNPC is also considering leasing those refineries to private investors, technical partners that can actually run it. The truth of the matter is this: for those 4 refineries, I won't stick my head out to say those refineries will work, because the forces, the principalities and powers that have massed against those refineries, I think it will take angels or God himself to come down and make those 4 refineries work. So the decision of the NNPC to go the way of privatizing them, we think that might be a good way to give them a new lease of life. What government must do quickly, I think we must ensure that the supply of crude to those 4 refineries, to the private refineries, is not hindered. Crude must consistently be supplied. New entrants into the manufacturing, into the refining business should also be encouraged, so that there will be proper competition. I read this morning that the Dangote refinery has also dropped price. The importers also, everybody is dropping price. Everybody is struggling for share of the market, and that is what we want. That is what will benefit the consumer on the long run. Create an environment where local manufacturers can actually invest. That is where we can create jobs. That is where communities can develop through the CSR activities of those organizations. That is how the household can improve, the living standard of household can improve. If not, we import, and the more we import, the more we export our jobs and export the benefit that an average Nigerian should benefit.
Okay, now the Director General actually talked about resolving Naira for crude issues. Why is that so critical to the success of this policy?
It's part of the absurdities of our environment is we have a refinery, a local refinery, a local refinery that is owned by a Nigerian. Even if it's not in Nigeria, the fact that the local refinery is located in the context of our country and is working and is contributing effectively within the context of job creation, and is also helping us to reduce the pressure of importation. Now, the natural expectation is that such investment will be protected, but that is not what we've seen. Now, if a local refinery, let's say Dangote refinery, for example, or another refinery, if it doesn't have adequate supply of local crude, what it will do is to import crude oil from another country, and he will import the crude in dollars. So by the time he refines, to recoup his investments, the money that will have been spent on importing crude, he will have to sell that crude, he will have to sell the petrol in dollar value, which will never keep the price, make the price competitive for the local market. So the context, one of the contexts of crude for Naira is that, look, we are buying in Naira to become easy. So the pricing will not necessarily be the pricing of the petrol in dollars. So it helps the refiner, and it also gives the country some level of leverage. So it's a win-win for the refiner, wherever he is, and it's a win-win for the country also. The option open to the refiner is to go and import crude to Nigeria and then sell the product also in dollar terms, which will be a disadvantage to the local market. So, and that is why stakeholders have said, look, that Naira for crude makes a lot of sense within the context of the business model that we should operate in. And we also believe strongly that for Nigerians, this might be contentious.
Okay.
For Nigerians, if a Nigerian is benefiting 10 Naira as subsidy on petroleum products, I think it is not out of place. The fact that you're a Nigerian and God has blessed my country with crude oil, natural resources.
Natural resources.
Being a Nigerian should count for something.
Exactly.
It should count for something.
I'm
not a foreigner. So benefiting from the natural resources of my country, it should not be out of place.
Yes.
And those are conversations that we'll probably have in some other platforms or some other program. But being a Nigerian should count for something. Subsidy on electricity, subsidy on crude, for Nigerians, I think being a Nigerian should count for something, really.
I agree with you. Okay, Nigerians are already paying more for fuel and transport. And I know you agree that they should embrace another price. And I mean, they will not be able to embrace another price increase because of this tariff. Now, how can government actually cushion possible side effects of this policy, especially for small businesses and low-income earners?
We want to believe strongly that one of the things that government will have done is to engage the local refiners to ask, what is your capacity? Before now, we actually don't know, before the advent of the Dangote refinery, we don't even know what is the fuel consumption per day in the country. The NNPC of old, they would turn up figures that justify their activities. Until recently, we start understanding the quantum of our consumption per day. And we believe strongly one of the conversations the government will have had, or should have had, or must have had, is to ask the local refiners, what is your capacity? Can you meet local refining or local consumption? If I'm government, if the combined capacity of those local refiners is up to 80% consumption per day, or they can meet 85% of local consumption per day, I will go ahead and implement it. So what the 15% tariff will deal with is the importation. It's strictly importation, which doesn't mean that it will increase the price of local refining. Even as of today, I still saw in the papers that prices of crude, prices of petrol is still coming down. So it is not a cause and effect that because you put a 15% tariff on the remnant of importation, then it will affect the prices across board. It won't. We believe strongly that it will not.
So, Mr. Smart,
once government takes care of the dynamics at the back, once government takes care of the dynamics at the back, make sure crude is available, get the commitment of all the local refiners that they can meet at least 85 to 90% of the local consumption per day, then that draws investors into that sector, and progressively
very correct. You're very correct.
Nil importation to 0%.
You're very correct. I just want to ask you this question finally, and please just give me a very brief answer because of time, right? In your view, is this 15% import tariff the game changer Nigeria's oil sector needs, or just another short-term policy test? Please give me a very brief but very effective answer on this.
It might be one of the game changers that the oil and gas industry needs. Basically, it might just be one of the game changers.
All right, having said that, I want to thank you so much. We've been talking to the Director General of NECA, Adewale Smart Oyerinde, and he has been able to throw more light and even give us in-depth analysis, on this topic today. Thank you so much, Mr. Oyerinde, for joining Big Story this morning on Business Day Television.
Thank you for having us once again.
Have a great day, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you.
And gaining so much insight. I appreciate you. All right. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. That's all we have for you on the Big Story today. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Next is Social Listening. I am Destiny Mama. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and you're welcome to The Big Story. I am Deborah Eze. Today we turn the spotlight on Enugu State and the sweeping governance reforms under Governor Peter Mbah. From digital land records and fiscal transparency to new service delivery standards in ministries, there's a clear attempt to redefine governance in Enugu. But how deep are these reforms? Are they truly changing the system or just the paperwork? Joining me is Chukwuma Okenwa. He's a governance analyst and executive director, Lead Network Africa. Good morning, Chukwuma. It's good to have you.
Yeah, good morning and thank you so much.
All right, let's quickly dive into it. When you look at the Mbah's administration so far, what stands out for you in terms of governance reform?
Well, I think just like Mbah made it very clear upon assuming office, it's going to be business unusual. And truly, I see a governor that is ready to take the least dreaded path in terms of bringing reforms that are unusual an approach, and it's quite unprecedented because it's like we've not seen before. Ranging on like even a restructuring issue of governance, like Enugu State has been a case of like driven largely by politics and of course civil service, where whoever is the governor, you have like a lot of people, they want to be around the seat of governance, live around governance and, make all of their monies, but we have a governor that came and, he made it very clear that, the government house is not an all-comers affair, maybe where you just stroll in. You need to have an appointment, you need to have a business to come there. And then the era of like maybe just wanting to be a political jobber is long gone. So what proposal are you bringing to the table to be able to have that audience with the current administration?
All right, so there's been a push for transparency and efficiency through digital systems and also performance contract. How much of this is felt by the ordinary citizens?
Well, to a very great extent, particularly like if I'm to cite the instance of the land, there has been that issue of one administration ends and subsequent administration issuing multiple CFO on a particular land. In some cases, some land has up to 3 CFOs, and it's been like a long lasting challenge. And so we now have an administration say, you know what, let's look at the documents, let's find where the challenges is, and let's now be able to let's digitalize, let's have like a database that it doesn't matter who is there, it's traceable, it's accessible by all relevant stakeholders. And you can always validate, who truly owns this, rather than maybe the days where it's just entirely at the purview of the civil servants, who in some cases, has been fingered for engaging in land fraud. So I consider that as something that is, quite a very bold and significant step. We also see incorporating digital technology into the security of the state. The recently, sometime about last year, the governor came up with the command and control center, basically for security surveillance, where you have a joint task force survey with the cameras that are mounted in strategic places across Enugu metropolis, track in real time what challenges are, and also try to respond, both working with those on the level of operations. You have the distress response squad, commissioned by the governor, who also working with those at the back end, giving vital, relevant intelligence. So I think the governor has done pretty much well in that regard.
Reforms around fiscal discipline and open budgeting have been praised, but some say implementation is slow. So what's your take on that?
Well, I would say that when it actually comes to that regard, so one of the great concerns that we in Enugu have always asked is, if all of the monies, because the government actually has, restructured the state entirely in terms of the ability of the state to generate, we know a recent statistics that was released by a budget. Enugu was, seen as one of the 6 states that could thrive with or without a federal allocation. So that means, the governor's tax policy has been very strong. But the concern has been when it comes to matching the level of work, that has been implemented with the amount that is generated. I think the connection is not.
Do we still have you, Mrs. Chukuma?
Yet strong. So those in the state want to see more. Right? They want to see a great deal of work. They want to see a great deal of work to match that.
All right. The governor's vision of a $30 billion economy is very ambitious, if I say so myself. So how do governor's reforms support that goal?
Yeah, certainly. So I think basically, and especially for the tax policy, right? The reforms we've seen around taxation, including some things before that maybe we're free from tax in the state. The governor has expanded the tax net, right? To see how to generate more fund. But we think that beyond maybe getting more funds from the citizens, right? On how to create an enabling environment, raise the generating capacity of the citizens, of SMEs within the states, and not just a kind of enlarging the tax nets and perhaps collecting much more from the citizens. When the governor came up with that idea, that he wants to grow the economy of the Enugu state from $4.4 billion to $30 billion. What's reasonably expected would be to come up with templates, to bring in more funds into the state, to enhance the generating capacities of businesses, to incentivize businesses. Like the governor then announced about $100 billion fund for young persons. We are here to see that, So, I would say that Governor Peter Mba's approach to governance has been a two-edged sword approach, right? In one regard, it's beneficial. Yes, the state is more sustainable now and can, handle infrastructural projects with lot of ease. But on the other ground, when you now talk about the social safety nets in the state, it seems to be more lean. So the government also need to consider social development as an integral part of governance.
Civil servants talk about new performance targets. Some see progress while others feel pressure. So how do you think the government can balance both?
So in all essence, for those that feel pressured, I would just say just simply because they want to continue with the old way of doing things, because, the governor has not introduced for them to work on weekends. What the governor and the government has been after is, if you are paid to work from Monday to Friday, then you are not expected to simply come sit as usual without meeting any targets. Where you have a clearly defined part of what to do on a weekly basis. And it's something that comes, right from the State Executive Council, where the governor tax, his commissioners. And of course, the pressure will be so much for a commissioner to handle. You need the MDAs, the ministries, department, and agencies. So you have to go back again, meet with the leaders in the ministry, your directors. You want to meet with the PAMSEC, and then you want to give clear instructions on how these targets can be met. And I think that is what is reasonably expected. Those that are comfortable with that should just know that, a new sheriff is in town, and this is just the way to go, to be able to be productive. Because oftentimes when civil servants often complain, we are not paid much and all the rest. I'm one of those that have asked, yes, I agree you are not paid much, but can you even justify the ones you are paid for? If you are to run this as a private business and put in the level of work, the level of investment of time, of creativity, of ideas, do you think you can be able to generate something good for the owner of the business, and even as much as to pay you what the government currently pays you?
Do you think the administration has created more space for citizens to engage and give feedback on governance?
Yeah, sure. So like Enugu government, we know that it's one of the few states that organize town halls, to engage. But beyond that, I think, yes, that's a welcome idea. But someone also that has participated in that, sometimes I wonder if some of the critical concerns that citizens raise are actually being looked into by the administration. One that it's always high on the call is, yes, we appreciate the great work you are doing, but we think when it comes to the tax, right? Just taxing almost everybody, just literally everybody, including those that carry things in the market on their head. Pay tax, keke people pay high tax on daily basis, over 3,000 naira on daily basis. So we feel that that may not be fair enough. And the administration recently, receiving some stakeholders that visited him on a courtesy call, promised to set up a committee to look at those complaints. It's over 2 months we're here to get a feedback. So I think the governor should also be able to walk the talk when it comes to town halls. It's not just enough to convey town halls, right? Town halls are meant to gauge the temperature, the concerns of the citizens, and see how you can proffer lasting solutions. It should be a win-win. We citizens certainly may not ordinarily, just want to pay tax because it's like taking from the one you have to give, right? But whatever be the case, when you come to that level playing ground, when it's not too much, it's within the convenience of what businesses and individuals can afford, then they can happily do that.
All right. You know that every reform actually faces resistance. So what are the main challenges to sustaining these changes?
So, of course, the main challenge, what I consider the main challenge would be, maybe continued failure to listening to people, because you are talking about sustainability. What actually happens, because Mba cannot do all of this himself. So he will need to train, retrain. So when you also have like people in your government who are complaining, yes, they are not going to say anything in your front, right? But a great leader should also be able to have emotional intelligence, ability to come to that point where you can sit with your co-implementers and ask them, what do you really think? What can we do better? So if you don't get feedbacks as a leader, the obvious gaps will be there, and it's going to, turn into gully, like creating further challenges. So I think maybe like when you talk about sustainability, you have to talk about like the capacity of the administrators, whether you're talking about fund administration or even tax administration. Capacities are needed. People need to be trained. They need to be retrained. Then there's also need for consistent, heightened awareness of the citizens, because oftentimes this is one aspect that the government downplays on, the need to actually carry the citizens, along in, all of the policy cycles, both before, during, and if there is any post, right, policy cycle period. With that, they feel carried along. And of course, no government policy can succeed without the people, because whatever policy you are making, it is for the people to help government to do, what is backed constitutionally to do. And so you need people, right? So when people are not cooperating, it becomes frustrating. But one of the ways you can get people is through the tool of information, tool of education, educate them sufficiently. And you see people as willing tools in achieving their dues of the administration.
All right, if you were to describe Enugu's reform journey in one phrase, what would it be?
Unusual. I would say it's been unusual, right? But of course, welcomed, yeah, largely welcomed, But then I think what's will be lacking with, it's in many cases lacks the human face, right? So the governor should be able to consult widely. I just think that those reforms, will be too utopian, right? And to actually be able to create that level ground would be just see how to, listen to people, carry them along in the policy cycles, let them have a say. And then with that, when the much they bring to the table, you're able to manage it much more, then you can get the results that you desire. Because like I say, there is the feel in the state that, yes, the governor is doing a lot in terms of infrastructure, but when you justify, when you want to check that in line with how much is currently being generated, taken from the people, then, it doesn't really tally at the moment.
There you go. What more should be done to ensure these reforms last beyond this administration?
Yeah, so basically, of course, success without a successor is seen as failure, and since it's been like a tradition in the Nigerian political system, that people want to, they are interested in who takes over after them. But, over time, we've seen two things that happen. It's either someone that has good interest for his state end up having someone that, was having issue entirely different in terms of value, and only time needed to manifest. Or you just had people like just putting someone to, to fill up, to be like an extension of their administration. Well, I think that certainly would be for other people who didn't perform well. So I hope Umba completes strong like he started strong, and by so doing also he will be careful enough to ensure that, he influences the emergence. Whoever gets the party ticket should be someone that, can be interested in sustaining those bold reforms, because you need to have, you need to even understand those reforms to be able to want to sustain it. Otherwise, you can't wait to change it.
Hey, thank you so much for your insight. Chukwuma Okinwa is a governance analyst and executive director, Lead Network Africa. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And that's the much we can take on the breakfast show this morning. Do have yourselves a wonderful morning.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
and welcome to Today in History, right here on BusinessDay television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and forged the business world. I am Norma Obunna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, November 12th.
On this day in 1990, Japanese Emperor Akihito, according to tradition, the 125th direct descendant of Jinmu, Japan's legendary first emperor, was formally enthroned nearly 2 years after the death of his father, Hirohito. And on this day in 2011, as Italy struggled amid the Eurozone debt crisis, Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi submitted his letter of resignation. 4 days later, he was succeeded by Mario Monti. The Eurozone debt crisis was a period of economic uncertainty in the Eurozone, beginning in 2009, that was triggered by high levels of public debt, particularly in the countries that were grouped under the acronym PIIGS, that is, Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, and Spain. The debt crisis was preceded by, and to some degree, precipitated by the global financial downturn that soured economies throughout 2008 and 2009. When the housing bubble burst in the United States in 2007, banks around the world found themselves awash in toxic debt.
And that is how far we can go today in history, right here on BusinessDay television. My name is Norma Obunna. Until tomorrow, keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the economy as well as insights into the market. This morning we are going in with news around the NGX from yesterday. So before we go in, let's look at some of the market updates from yesterday. Yesterday we saw what can be described as the worst crash since the 2008-2009 market crash. The last time we saw a daily rout like that was probably in the year 2008, almost 17 years, more than 17 years ago. The NGX All Share Index went down by 5.01%, losing over 7,454 points to close out an All Share Index of 141,327. This is the lowest since mid-September, because from September up to October, we've seen the market rally significantly. Market cap declined to 89.885 trillion naira, and the year-to-date of the market also went down to 37.3%. Although when you look at it in the context of 2024, returns, the market is still outperforming 2024. Total traded volume yesterday, we saw a massive sell-off, and I mean massive sell-off. 641.17 million shares in deals worth around 29 billion naira. Now, let's look at the top gainers. The market yesterday was quite a wonderful day that we had only 4 gainers in the entire market. We couldn't even garner up to 5. But just 4 gainers. We had NTR gaining 9.282%, Beggar Paints 2.56%, FCMB 0.96%, and Mansard, AXA Mansard gained 0.25%. Those were the only gainers in the market. However, let's look at on the flip side, let's look at the losers. On the losing side, we had 11 stocks decline by 10%. However, we can take space for only 5. We saw MTN decline by 10%, Dangote Cement 10%, Bua Cement down by 10%, Owando PLC down by 10%, Custodian Investment down by 10%. And we also see stocks like International Breweries down by 9.55%. Most of the losers yesterday are NGX 30 stocks, so it was quite a bloodbath yesterday as profit taking of a massive proportion happened in that market yesterday. Let's look at the top traded stocks in terms of volume and in terms of value. First Hold Co, that's the holding company of First Bank, was the top traded stock in terms of volume. 68.27 million shares in deals worth around 2.1 billion naira. Access Holdings 56.28 million shares in deals worth 1.184 billion naira. Zenith Bank 41.9 million shares in deals worth 2.3 billion naira. Then Fidelity Bank, all banking stocks basically, 38.48 million shares in deals worth around 693 million naira. Then Stanbic Holdco, Stanbic 31.55 million shares in deals worth 3.193 billion naira. Okay, from there we'll move to the global side of things. While we saw a very bearish market in Nigeria, we saw on the flip side in the US, we saw the market go in the greenish direction. Dow Jones up by 1.16%, S&P 500 index up by 0.26%. The Nasdaq Composite, as a lot of people are now slowly retreating from the AI rave and AI craze of the last few months. We saw Nasdaq also decline by 19 basis points. In Asia, it was also a greenish market. Nikkei 225 down by 14 basis points. The Kospi index up by 81 basis points. Hang Seng index up by 18 basis points. And from today, we've also seen that the Asian market is also slightly up. This is majorly due to the fact that the US government shutdown is over. There is increased tendencies of increased economic activity, especially in the United States, that is having a global impact on markets across the world. In Europe, the same thing. We saw FTSE 100 up by 1.15% yesterday. The CAC 40 from France up by 1.25% yesterday, and the DAX index up by 53 basis points. On the currency side, there was not much of a difference. The Naira closed at 1,439 Naira to the USD, 1,664 Naira to the Euros, and against the British pounds, 1,896 Naira to the British pounds. And that brings us to our first conversation of the day. We're talking about the massive rout in the market yesterday. And on the show this morning, I have Abigail Adishino, who is a research and insight analyst at Norembaja Group. Good morning, Abigail.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having you this morning. First things first, I want to talk about what do you think triggered that massive sell-off? What do you think was the driving force?
Yesterday, the NGX witnessed something we've not witnessed in a very, very long time. We had a huge sell-off. I mean, the entire index was in a bloodbath, majorly driven by, we are usually at this time of the year, from about November to about mid-December, they're usually profit taking as a result of investors, doing rebalancing, portfolio rebalancing, But as a result of that, on the back of that, we also have, the CGT the effect of the CDT, which came in massively, right? This came as a result of there was a lot of uncertainty as in respect to a lot of things that surrounds the CDT. Moving CDT moving from a flat 10% rate to about and something that could go as high as 25 to 30% based on the CIT rate, company income tax rate for both individuals and companies 30% or 25%. That's the effect of that. Although we didn't expect that the effect of CDT would start immediately, but that investors, took cautious effect, took things into their hands, and just there to take profit. We saw full offer, right, on large cap stocks such as Dangstem, MTN.
I think we lost Abigail there. We'll take a short break and we'll be back.
On the where we had just 4 gainers on the index, it was a real bloodbath yesterday on the index.
Second there, we lost you for a second there, but the question I want to ask now is, so we see that institutional investors are doing a lot of portfolio rebalancing now, but what about the retail investors? It seems like there was quite a bit of panic selling. I saw an experience of someone who said Dangote's sugar is going for 55 naira on the market, and he saw an offer of 50.6 naira. The investor was selling for 50.6 naira. Is that also a factor, panic selling from retail investors?
Particularly retail investors, indulge or sell off because of sentiment or going into panic selling, like you called it. Because normally, imagine someone who doesn't have, who had already put their life savings or a lot of money that means so much to them into their portfolio, into the NGX, into the equity stock. They would usually want to also sell off, since you see that their financial goal or their investment goal, the aim at which they invested in that particular stock was for it to increase or get to a particular level, and then seeing that it was already getting almost lower than their entry point, they would definitely want to sell. I also saw a portfolio, as a matter of fact, 2 portfolios yesterday where the loss on that person's portfolio, as the person said, was already getting lower, was already reaching the person's entire net worth. So you'd naturally expect that investors would get into panic selling. So not just for retail investors, for institutional investors, they already know that they're going to sell off, and they just do that in a very large volume. And as you saw, this drove the market cap lower than the 90 trillion benchmark that we've been doing previously.
This question, do you think, so since October 27, that was the day after Donald Trump made a statement about Nigeria, do you think his remarks have really influenced investor sentiment, especially among the foreign portfolio investors in that market? Do you think so?
Although FPIs were cautious with Nigerian equities when Donald Trump gave that threat, when Donald Trump threat came up. However, it didn't that particular threat did not affect the NGX, couldn't have affected the NGX this much, right? It might have affected the NGX a bit, made FPI, particularly FPIs, cautious about Nigerian equities. But we saw that when this threat was made, it didn't affect FX at all. It didn't affect foreign exchange. It also didn't affect fixed income, right? So how would it not affect equities? If it had, it would have been just people, just seeing FPIs being cautious. Okay, let's see how this will do, but not necessarily.
So basically, from yesterday's move was basically a November trend happening, portfolio rebalancing, had nothing to do with all of those other
CGT
factors.
effect, mostly capital gains effect as well.
So the question I want to ask now is this a good time to enter the market, or what are you saying? Do you think how long will this persist, or how long are you forecasting that this will persist? Is it a good time to enter the market? If not now, when do you think is a great time to enter the market?
See, today already, yesterday, the Taiwo Oyedele already, made some clarifications, saying all of those, the bloodbath on the NGX and all of that, seeing investors' reaction to the CGT, to the CGT thing. We saw that Oyedele came out to clarify, right? Give some further clarities as regards to the tax, and also the Honorable Minister Wale Edun also said that they were going to look into it or do further analysis into CGT during the closing gong at the NGX yesterday. So these are already, we can already see the effect of this, positive effect, because that today, the NGX, life is now back to the NGX, Some of these big names are already in the green today, right?
I'm looking at it right now.
Right now today. Yes, exactly. So some of them are already in the green. Life is back to the NGX. People, that's to show that investors really, really react to news. And yes.
Okay. So, the question I want to ask is, if these capital gains tax, no, Wale Edun made the statement that they are going to review, they are reviewing it, coming with a review of the capital gains tax regime. But here's the thing about the previous capital gains tax regime. The 10% regime was not really implemented. So let's say they review it and say, okay, let's come down to 20 or 15%, and they end up implementing it. How do you think it would actually affect the market? The previous one was not implemented, but although it was there, but it wasn't implemented. But now, if they go ahead with the implementation of it, how do you reckon that it will affect the market?
Well, going by the clarity, right, that was also made by Wale Edun by Taiwo Oyedele yesterday, right? He also made some further clarities into the cost base, right? So if CGT comes into play, even if it's not at a progressive rate, right, according to the tax rate or the income of that particular individual, right? If it comes in at a fixed rate of 15 or 20%, let's assume that it's still the clarifications that Taiwo Oyedele gave yesterday will still stand, which is the cost base will now be the higher of your entry point, the amount you acquired it, or the amount it closed at 31st December 2025, right? That gives you more clarity. I want to believe that that's also another reason why we are seeing the NGX in the green today, right? So if somebody wants to tax you, as against before, prior to now, where we didn't know exactly what the cost base to be. There was even some form of information, unclarified, but some form of information about CGT being charged retrospectively. That would be a that would take a high negative effect on investors. So now that we have further clarity, I believe that investors would not react to it negatively so much as we're already seeing today. Also, another clarity that was made by the president of fiscal policies is also around the transactions and deduction of the transaction cost. People would really want to see all of that take effect. Another thing is that most of the assessment to be done by itself. Self-assessment will be the way to go. Although it also
Abigail, we lost you for a second. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we just lost Abigail. So looking at the market from today, before we get her back, let's look at some of the data from today's market. The market is just an hour in. The market opened by 10 a.m. and the time is around 11:20. 20 minutes lap. We already see GTCO 10% up, Nigerian Breweries up 10%, Zenith Bank up 10%, Owandu up 10%, PZ Cousins up 10%, Access Holdings up 10%. We've already seen in 1 hour of trading, we've seen 18.7 billion naira worth of shares traded, around 299 million worth of shares traded in deals worth around 18.7 billion. This will probably be a day of immense hunting. That's what I would use, because quite a number of investors have looked at entry points and have considered these share prices to be quite good entry points. ASO Savings and Loans is also up 10%. We have a number of 10% gainers as we speak. It's quite a lot. Considering the fact so we lost Abigail there, but let's also look at this news that Wale Edun has said that they are going to be okay. We have her back on the show. I have one more question for her. Abigail, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Apologies for that.
Yeah. So I was just talking about the fact that we have a number of 10% gainers already. Yesterday we had 10% decliners, like full sell offers on some of these stocks. But just 1 hour into trading day, we're already seeing 18.7 billion worth of trading deals. Like with the gainers are already we're already seeing more than around 8 to 9 full gainers. So what's your thoughts?
It's like I said earlier, I'm not sure you heard because of the network, right? We had this clarity. There's something about getting full information, proper communication. It just helps to boost investors' confidence. And that's what the president of Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform, Taiwo Oyedele, has done. And coupled with the reassurance or further review that came from the Honorable Minister Wale Edun, right? This has helped to, further boost investors' confidence. So they know that whatever it is, we now have clarity. We know what the cost base will be. We know how it will be assessed. We know that transaction costs would be deducted, and all of those things they will not be deducted. Sorry. So we know that all these things have helped to further restore investors' confidence into the market. I'm not even shocked at, and that thing that has also helped to restore these gains that we're seeing in the market. So people taking position, right? Yesterday we saw assets as low as about 20 naira thereabout, and some other stock that lost significantly. That's a good entry point, if you ask me, for some of these large cap stocks. So that's just investors also taking position, taking advantage of the lows in these stocks.
So one of my final question is around the stabilization measures. Yesterday we saw the market go down 5%. Now today we are seeing it already up by 2%, a whooping 2%. A lot of gainers in the market. The question I have is, I know we already have a circuit breaker in place with the 10% cap on gains and on losses. Do you think that there should be any other stabilization measures at this point so that will prevent our market from going? Because now we're already on a rallying. This is another rallying ride. We've seen quite a number of those rallying rides this year, and if we see a rallying ride like this, let's say the market continues like this into next week, will you not see another significant routing on just one day? That another day will just come and there will be another significant routing? Or what was your thought? Or we should just let the market flow as it is?
Like you said, we already have a circuit breaker. We cannot have loss or gain on a single stock more than or below 10%. Right? 10% is the highest you can go, or the lowest you can go in a single day. That's quite enough, if you ask me. And also, I'm saying that that alone, that 10% benchmark helps stocks, right? Helps the ends. That should be enough. In addition to essential information be given to investors. People will not do panic selling or panic buying if there are significant information, to help them make the right decision, such as we already had yesterday. So that should do for now. And of course, what we had yesterday and what we're experiencing today, or what we might probably experience later, was not as a result of the SEC or the NGX effect in all of this.
Okay, thank you so much.
But of course, we would welcome any further implementation by the exchange or by the commission to help investors.
Thank you so much for your time and your insight, Abigail Additional. It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Yeah. Now we'll move to a news around Wale Edun, the coordinating minister of the economy and the minister for finance. He made a statement yesterday. He said that Nigeria will likely review the capital gains tax. So Wale Edun said that the government is considering a review of the proposed capital gains tax ahead of its planned implementation in January 2026. The CGT, which forms part of broader fiscal reforms under this current administration, has stirred widespread concern among investors and stockbrokers. Basically, the policy is seeking to triple the capital gain tax on foreign equity investors or on the gains from sale of shares from 10%, a move analysts say has contributed to the recent market downturn that wiped nearly 8% of value in just 1 week. Speaking at the listing of the Mofi Real Estate Investment Fund that happened on the Nigerian exchange on Tuesday, Edun said government will listen, analyze, and decide on the best approach for Nigeria. He assured stakeholders that feedback will be taken seriously to ensure optimum results. The minister's comments come as investors anticipate clarity on fiscal policy amid fears that the higher CGT could dampen foreign investment inflows. Market watchers also believe Edun's signal for review could help restore investor confidence and ease the bearish sentiment that has recently swept through the equities market, even though the market is still around 40% up since January. So after the break, we return with another conversation, this time on the national payment stack. Please stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to Economy and Market. We're moving on to a conversation around what is now a new payment settlement system that was developed by the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIPS. So on Monday, we talked about the National Payment Stack, which is the new settlement system that NIPS developed. According to NIPS, they said the first transaction on the NPS, what will be known as NPS, happened on Friday around 11:56 a.m. According to a statement by NIPS, they said this marks the dawn of a new, seamless, secure, and inclusive financial transaction. Basically, what is NPS? What does it entail for the payment settlement ecosystem in Nigeria? This is what we want to converse about. Is NPS replacing the NIP? The NIP is the instant payment platform that was developed in 2011, still by NIPS, to basically enable digital transactions to take place. And on the show this morning, to give us a comprehensive understanding of what this entails, I have Motunrayo Okoyejo, who is a fintech engineer. Good morning, Motunrayo.
Hi, good morning.
Yes. So first things first, let's start. What is a National Payment Stack? How does it differ from NIP? What does it?
Okay, so the National Payment Stack (NPS) is just like an upgrade to the current NIP, which we currently use to transfer money at the moment. So it's a new infrastructure built by the NIPS.
Yes.
So it's just that it's built from ground to top. So it's supposed to be what we're going to be using in future for payments. And then I think a major difference is that the NPS now uses the ISO 20022, which is like the international standards for payments, sending money across.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's like a major difference between it.
So one question I have is, I'll refer back to NIP, right?
Okay.
Is NIP, so I've seen a number of fintechs in Nigeria come up and say we have built a payment settlement system.
Okay.
How does it differ from NIP? Is NIP not the single payment transfer, instant payment settlement system that exists in the country?
Yeah. So NIP is the current instant settlements thing that we have right now.
Yes.
But the NIPS is now bringing NPS, which is like a national payment system, national payment stack, which is supposed to like replace the NIP. But the replacement is not like, it's not going to be like done immediately right now. It will be phased out. So at the moment, banks, they mentioned that they tested with Paystack,
PalmPay and
Wema. So over time, banks and fintechs will have to like test their system and ensure that they meet the NPS standards before like the migration will now occur.
Okay, so the participating institutions, the banks, the fintechs will have to ensure that there's a standard they have to meet before they can integrate NPS.
Yes.
So it's not in competition. I saw a particular post on social media where someone said they are trying to enter into competition with InterSwitch. Please respond to that.
So InterSwitch also use NIPS, right, to make transfers.
Yes.
So NPS is simply like an upgraded NIP. So it's like we're moving from like 2G to like 5G. So NPS is faster, it has more data, so you can get like better analytics from NPS, and then reconciliation is expected to be instant because it's expected to be faster because we now have more data between more data between the sender and then the receiver. Yes.
So one question I'll have one question is, do you think that they can trace payment to kidnappers using this NPS now?
I believe that even with NIP we can trace payments
to kidnappers.
Yes, like you
before where the account or where the
So right now, if you send money, you need to have like a PVN before you make payments, right? So even with NIP, you can actually trace anybody. The DSS can trace people if they want.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on from that. Okay, and NIPS is saying that this NPS is in accordance with ISO 20022 standards. What does that really mean in plain language? What does it mean in simpler terms?
Okay, so you know ISO 20022 is like the international payment standard.
Okay.
So they want us to have the same standard as SWIFT. So ISO 20022 requires that they collect more information than they currently collect. Okay. So right now, if you are trying to send money to somebody, the bank would send your sender details, like where the money is coming from, right? And then maybe you put like a narration, right? That's just the
timestamp.
Well, do they really send? They send session ID and then the timestamp too. I don't think everybody they don't send it to you as a customer, right? But for the ISO 20022, it's a global standard, right? So they are not just collecting your personal information. They are collecting the timestamp of when the payment left your own account to when it was received.
On the other
yes,
account.
there are also some kind of codes that they'll be tracking. For example, apart from the narration which you are going to give, they can trace like the source of the funds, where the money is coming from. There are more data will be collected, but we need to see it in play. Data like transaction code, is this like some information that you're not collecting right now? Maybe they can start collecting like things like, is it a salary? Is it rent?
Okay.
You know, your narration can be, oh, I'm sending money for something else.
Is it funds from illegal means? Is it money laundering?
Yes. So they are going to be collecting more data than they are currently collecting. That's just like the major difference between NIP. And you know, the more data we collect, the better it is for analytics. So so we now have more analytics.
So one question I have is around data concerns. You said they're going to be collecting more data. So that means there's going to be need for more cybersecurity, cybersecurity concerns.
Yes, so more data means that there could be like more threat. But you know that data is not just the work of NIPS. So it's a shared responsibility. So NIPS will do their parts. Banks too have to ensure that they do their parts too. Fintech, everybody that is implementing NPS, they have to do their own part of the job so that customers' data are secure. Because we're collecting more data. We now have timestamp. We have details of payments. We have sender and receiver details. We need to ensure that we're protecting this data. So NIPS has their own part to do. Obviously, they said that they are using encryption and more cybersecurity stuff to make it better. But banks need to do their own part. Fintech and everybody that is integrating with the NPS too, they have to do their own part.
So the question I have now is, that means there has to be a place for more training.
Yes, and then you know that before you can use NIPS, NIP, you have to get like a license for NIPS. So they obviously, in the process of getting the license, they would check all these things and confirm that everything is in place before you get the license to use it.
Okay, there has to be a license to use it.
Just like NIP.
Okay. What are the expected changes that you think fintechs will be making in line with NPS? Some of the fintechs, do you think they would have to now the question I want to ask basically is, do we have the technical capacity in Nigeria? Do our companies, banks, do they have the technical capacity to implement these standards that it is, or do we probably have to hire expatriates?
No, well, obviously, but Nigerians are good engineers, so we have the capacity to do it. So what we just need to do is to improve our architecture. So, for example, say one of the standard of ISO 2022 is to collect, say we are now collecting timestamp of when the payment was sent and when it was received. We just need to upgrade our current payment system to collect that. So this would take time. That's why NPS is not just going to be immediately. It's going to take time it's going to take a while for banks to test and confirm that it works with what they currently have existing, right? And then customers would not get disrupted. So they won't even know that anything's happening behind the scene. You just send money, and when they test and see that it's going, banks will face it out one after the other. So it's not like everybody will just stop using NIP today and just move to NPS. So it's over time.
So now there's something around faster transaction time.
Okay.
Why does it guarantee faster transaction time? What's the...
So you know that they said they built NPS from ground up. So NIP was built like 14 years ago.
Yeah,
That's like 2011. Yes.
Yeah.
So imagine we're using NIP from 2011 and it's still fast. Like you can send money. You can send money from like your bank account to my bank account and you receive it almost immediately. So now imagine like a technology that they are building from ground today, or they started building it like last year or this year. So imagine like the advancement in technology from when NIP was built to now NPS. So NPS is like, they're not upgrading NIP, they are building something new. Yeah, something new from ground. Yes.
So one other issue that Nigerians face is instant payments, and I know that there's been a lot of effort in curbing it, and in fact there's been a lot of improvement. Is the part of glitches in payments. So sometimes you make transfers, it doesn't reflect in the receiver's account. It reflects on your own account, the sender, it doesn't reflect in the receiver's account. Sometimes it leads to a lot of, some people have lost money. Some people have lost millions of naira because of issues like this. And it just seems like the transaction goes poof in the air. And you are not able to trace the money, the cash, where the cash went to. Then it leads to a lot of fraud and stuff like that. Will this solve the problem?
So potentially, because the NPS is faster, we would have like we should have lesser glitches. But you know that most of these glitches is not just NIP's fault. Some of it have to do with like the network infrastructure. For example, I'm trying to send money from a bank to another bank, let's say from Wema to OPay, and then maybe one of the bank has a downtime at the moment due to their network. So it's not necessarily NIP's fault that the transaction did not go through. It's the bank network. So we might still have these cases, but because transactions are faster now, I mean, they happen in milliseconds. So we expect that it would be fewer than it used to be.
Okay, now another question, the last question I have finally is around data centers. How much need of data centers will this need? We're talking of more data, basically.
Okay.
Do you think that the amount of data that would probably need now would lead to maybe a surge in the amount of data or memory capacity that our banks, fintechs will require at this point?
Yes, because we're collecting like more data, which is, so say before we're collecting like maybe like 1 KB of data, we now have to collect like 2 KB. So we definitely need like more, we need to collect more data. So we need more storage. Okay. We need more storage to keep things. So depending on where the banks have their data centers, I'm sure that their data centers actually collect like a lot of memory already. So each bank would have to do it like internally. I'm sure NIPS have done their own part because they are the ones building. Yeah. So each bank will now have to, first integrate with NIPS and check like, okay, what do we need here? Do we need to do an upgrade on our end? And then when they are ready to initiate NPS, they will then inform NIPS that, we're ready, and then they can now go ahead.
Okay, but there's no deadline to when they can implement this NPS for now.
NIPS did not mention any deadline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for speaking to us on the National Payment Stack. I have Mutura Yokoyejo, who is a fintech engineer. And that's all we can take on economy and market for today. We've spoken about the market route from yesterday, and we're also seeing that the market is back to its normal state today. We've seen a lot of very early rallies this morning. And we also spoke about the National Payment Stack. Thank you, and I'm David Olujimi.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums, for almost the last 14 years. I think this is was recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
And welcome to Today in History, right here on BusinessDay television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and forged the business world. I am Norma Obunna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, November 12th.
On this day in 1990, Japanese Emperor Akihito, according to tradition, the 125th direct descendant of Jinmu, Japan's legendary first emperor, was formally enthroned nearly 2 years after the death of his father, Hirohito. And on this day in 2011, as Italy struggled amid the Eurozone debt crisis, Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi submitted his letter of resignation. 4 days later, he was succeeded by Mario Monti. The Eurozone debt crisis was a period of economic uncertainty in the Eurozone, beginning in 2009, that was triggered by high levels of public debt, particularly in the countries that were grouped under the acronym PIIGS, that is, Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, and Spain. The debt crisis was preceded by, and to some degree, precipitated by the global financial downturn that soured economies throughout 2008 and 2009. When the housing bubble burst in the United States in 2007, banks around the world found themselves awash in toxic debt.
And that is how far we can go today in history, right here on Business Day television. My name is Norma Obunna. Until tomorrow, keep watching BDTV.
come to the podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention bees, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Amanda Imasibue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. $4.64 trillion wiped off NGX market cap in a single-day meltdown. Only 44% of social benefits reach poor Nigerians, says World Bank. Suspend fuel tariff onto refineries improve, PAACA tells federal government. Ethiopia wins bids to host COP32 in 2027. 2026 World Cup, Super Eagles boycott training over playoff bonuses. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the bearish trading at the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Tuesday took another dimension as the all-share index crashed by 5.01%. Analysts describe this as the worst decline since 2010, closing at 141,327.30 points, while investors also recorded a daily loss of 4.64 trillion naira following sell-offs in bellwether stocks such as Dangote, MTN Nigeria, Boa Cement, Ardell and Guarantee Trust Holding Company. At the close of trading, only 4 stocks escaped the bloodbath to emerge as gainers, including NCR PLC, which gained 9.82% to close at 21.25 naira, Burger Paints, which rose by 2.56% to end the day's trading at 36 naira, and FCMB Group stocks, which appreciated by 0.96% to 10.50 naira. Managing to squeeze into the gainers chart was AXA Mansard Insurance, which was up by 0.25% to close at 12.10 naira per share. Leading the losers chart were Academy, Custodian, Dangote Cement, Deep Cap, Owando, Transcorp, Veritas Capital, MTN Nigeria and Boa Cement, which all recorded the maximum daily loss of 10% in their share prices, while market capitalization stood at 89.88 trillion naira, falling below the 90 trillion naira mark. Moving on, the World Bank has revealed that Nigeria's social safety net programs are failing to reach those who need them the most. The new World Bank report revealed that only 44% of total benefits from government-funded safety net schemes actually reach poor Nigerians. The November 2025 report examines Nigeria's spending on social safety nets, assessing their coverage and efficiency, and reveals how poor targeting, weak funding, and fragmented implementation have left millions of vulnerable citizens without meaningful relief, despite the government's lofty poverty reduction promises. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has recently announced that the federal government is targeting 15 million households, covering 70 million people through the Digital Cash Grant Scheme. The World Bank described Nigeria's social safety net spending as inefficient, saying the smaller portion of benefits go to the poor despite their dominance among beneficiaries. Still on, the Peering Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa has urged the federal government to delay the planned introduction of a 15% import tariff on petrol and diesel, warning that the move could trigger a sharp rise in pump prices and worsen the current economic hardship. The organization says the policy should not be implemented until domestic refining capacity reaches at least 80% of national demands. In his speech at a press conference in Abuja, the executive director of PAACA, Ezenwa Wagu, revealed that domestic refining is not yet sufficient to meet national demand, adding that forcing importers out of the market would lead to scarcity and higher prices. According to him, imported petrol currently lands at about 802 naira per litre, while locally refined products land at 929.72 naira per litre, insisting that adding 15% tariff would further increase costs, pushing the pump price up between 140 naira and 165 naira per litre across the country. Also, former Chief of Army Staff Toko Buratai has criticized Nyesom Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, over a confrontation with military personnel at a disputed plot of land in Abuja. Videos circulating on Tuesday showed the minister engaging in a heated exchange with soldiers at the site in the nation's capital. Buratai, in a statement, revealed that the incident posed a national threat to security and called for an immediate and serious response. The former army chief says the public disparagement of a uniformed officer of the Nigerian Armed Forces transcends mere misconduct, representing a palpable threat to national security and institutional integrity. Buratai described the incident as an act of profound indiscipline that undermines the military chain of command, disrespects the authority of the commander-in-chief, and damages troop morale. To end the local news, President of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, Muhammad Suleiman, has revealed that the industrial action will continue until concrete agreements are reached and implemented by the federal government as the nationwide strike entered its 10th day. Suleiman revealed that while discussions with the federal government are ongoing, talking without signed agreement of visible action does not amount to progress. The president faulted the government's claim that billions had been released to offset arrears owed to doctors, saying that most members are yet to receive payment, adding that another 2.9 billion naira intended to be released alongside other outstanding allowances had not been paid as promised. The strike, which began on 1st of November, reportedly stems from years of unmet demands, including unpaid arrears from salary adjustments, accruement and hazard allowances, delayed promotions, and poor working conditions. We're going on a quick break now, and we will bring you the foreign news in detail.
He never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, Ethiopia is set to host the United Nations COP32 Climate Summit in 2027 after edging out a rival bid from Nigeria. The group chair of the African Group of Negotiators, Richard Muyungi, revealed that African nations have endorsed the move for Ethiopia to host COP32. Muyungi noted that the matter was discussed by the African group in a meeting last week as Ethiopia was confirmed to host. According to reports, an African negotiator familiar with the bidding process noted that Nigeria failed to resubmit its interest when the matter was raised during the AGN meeting. Brazil's COP30 presidency, however, confirmed the decision of Ethiopia, which still requires formal approval from all parties before the conference concludes on November 21st. Also, Tanzanian politicians are reportedly in shock over the massacre of hundreds of young protesters during its recent election, but are too afraid to speak out as a tiny cabal of hardliners around the president takes control. Gruesome images of dead Tanzanians have flooded the internet in the wake of the October 29th elections, triggering widespread protests over government repressions. President Samia Suluhu Hassan officially won with 98% of the vote, while key opposition leaders were reportedly jailed or disqualified. The opposition says more than 1,000 were killed as security forces crushed the protest on the cover of a 5-day internet blackout. Now to sports. The Super Eagles have refused to train in Rabat on Monday as a dispute over bonus payments with the Nigeria Football Federation threatens their preparations ahead of their 2026 FIFA World Cup African Playoff semi-final against Gabon. According to reports, the NFF president was in Morocco and discussions between the players, technical staff and the officials were held. The disagreement was not over the players' daily allowances, which the NFF had promised to pay, but the amount of the winning bonus for the playoff ties. The report revealed that the players requested $15,000 for each match, totaling $30,000, while the NFF offered $10,000 per match, as the players insisted that until a resolution is reached, training would remain suspended. To end the news, the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Gabon will lock horns on Thursday evening in a 2026 FIFA World Cup African Playoff semi-final at the Complexe Sportif Prince Hetia Moulay El Hassan in Rabat, Morocco. The crucial clash offers both sides a second shot at reaching the 2026 World Cup in the USA, Canada and Mexico after missing out on automatic qualification during Africa's grueling 23-month campaign. According to fixtures, victory will also secure a final berth on Sunday against either Cameroon or DR Congo in Rabat. Head coach Eric Schell, unbeaten in 4 qualifying matches, is expected to stick with goalkeeper Stanley Wambali, while injuries and suspensions mean a likely defensive lineup of Benjamin Fredericks, William Troost-Ekong, Calvin Bassey and Zaidu Sanusi. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Iwasibue. Keep watching BDTV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in your bunkie work. Right. This week, we'll be taking a look at the Anambra State governorship election won by Charles Soludo on Saturday. All eyes are on him now to surpass his first-time achievement after winning the election over the weekend in a landslide election victory. Soludo polled a total of 422,664 votes to defeat his closest rival and candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Nicholas Okachukwu, who scored 99,444 votes, while the candidate of the Young Progressive Party, Paul Chukwuma, garnered 37,753 votes to place third. Now, yesterday, INEC issued certificate of return to Soludo and his deputy, Oyekachukwu Ibizim. The certificate will be presented to them by the supervising INEC National Commissioner in charge of Anambra State, Kenneth Ikeazu in Oka. Now, so much expectation, people are expecting Soludo to do so much now that he has won a second-term mandate. So, what are the tasks ahead of him, and what are the projects that he should be focusing his attention and priority on now? Joining me to discuss Soludo's victory and the tasks ahead of him is our BusinessDay correspondent in Anambra State. He covered the election live all through several local government. I'm being joined by Emmanuel Ndukuba. Emmanuel, good afternoon and welcome to the program. Hello.
It's good having you on this program.
Hello, Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel, good afternoon. Hello, Emmanuel Ndukuba. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Emmanuel. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm hearing you live. I'm hearing you clear. So, how was the election? First of all, let me ask you, how was the governorship election? Turnout was a bit poor, about 21%.
Well, the election has come. Good afternoon, my brother. The election has come and gone. Fortunately, the people have spoken by returning President Charles Soludo of the All Progressive Gas Alliance, returning him back for the second time. The expectation is high, has done so well. Let's hope that we keep on doing that. Especially in the areas of
Anambra is controlled by ABGA, and they've been winning since 1919, probably from 2003 when the party was formed. But this time around, it appears there was no major, didn't have any major challenge. The PDP candidate who will have been a formidable, who will have posed a formidable challenge to him, actually, it appears what happened prior to the election. He was attacked. That he couldn't walk and he couldn't campaign. It appears he pulled out of the race, and he was left with the only APC candidate. And we saw what happened. It was a landslide victory. Is it that popular? That popular in Anambra?
Yeah, something is very, very popular in Anambra. So, the fact that he also contested under the All Progressive Gas Alliance, which you know that is synonymous with Kemba Nnewi. Other candidates who have won the election won under that banner of All Progressive Gas Alliance. P2B won that, and so on and so forth. Obiano, who eventually handed over to Professor Charles Soludo, also won under the banner of ABGA. That means that ABGA is popular in Anambra State. So anybody who wants to contest election in Anambra State must contest and be sure of victory under the banner of All Progressive Gas Alliance.
You are saying is that even if you are not doing well, even if as long as you contest under ABGA, you are sure of winning election in Anambra. Is that what you are saying?
No, not that. At least you must have done so well. In the first term of Dr. Charles Soludo, he did very well, very, very well. He was commended in terms of developmental achievements in areas of roads. They have done so well. And then education, where he has give free primary education, free education from primary to JS3. And then he has also done so well in hospitality. Ensuring that some of these hospitals that are bad, that they have been refurbished. Then youth development, he has empowered some youth, giving some of them benefited with they were given about 50,000 naira, 500,000 naira to start up their business, and they were jubilating. The traders who that there is some hospital Anambra State, like the MM market,
yes,
and the rest of it, rest of others are benefiting from the services. And the way with the security that they have returned, this security that free people are moving about freely now, unlike before. Before when you cannot sleep with your two eyes closed in Anambra State.
Let me take you on that insecurity in Anambra. We know what has been the situation over the last few years in Anambra State, and maybe the whole southeast. Insecurity has been a major problem. The sit-at-home every Monday it's been declared as sit-at-home, and it has scared a lot of people, a lot of investors to so many states in the southeast. How was he able to resolve that? I know in January this year, he set up the Aguni Chamber Vigilante group, which was launched in January. And although there has been criticism of that Vigilante group, but what we see is that they have been able to check the state of insecurity in the state, and ritual killings and all sorts of things that were seen in Anambra. How was he able to do that?
Well, I think it took the bull by the horn by the establishment of Agni Chamber. People thought that Soludo, as soon as that he was that body that is constituted was used for political medicine, but for the fact that they didn't take part from participating shows that he meant well in the election of Anambra State, and because the fact that the state. As soon as he came into office, he really worked hard, establishing a lot of contacts, holding stakeholders to ensure that when they come to the states, at least people will be able to sleep and then do their businesses. Generally, insecurity is not peculiar to Anambra State. That's what you should know. But as far as I'm concerned, here in Anambra State, people are managing. People are trying to be fair to the government, that the government is trying with the setting up for the security aspect, and also the partnership with the state security and the federal security establishment, and who controls them. Because I know that towards the end of around between August and September,
yes,
the police launched, and they were doing very well, and they're using this for that yes. You have to walk through the guideline of police, and I think they are able to reduce insecurity in the state.
There's also been the part that people have also said that he has been able to open up rural areas in Anambra State, connecting them with the city. I mean, which has attracted investors in industries. How do you react to that? Is it true? Well, because I know there are cases of flooding. There have been reported cases of flooding in Anambra. Some communities in Anambra. How has he been able to infrastructure provision in local communities? How has he done? How has he fared?
Well, road irrigation in Anambra State is a very big problem. But I know that the governor has opened up so many places with his action. Road construction. He has done so well. He has opened up the Aguata on the Florida road. It goes to make every senatorial zone in the state are so far benefited. Those people from Anambra North and those from Anambra State and Anambra South, most of them have actually benefited in terms of his road network program. And that's really one of the things that I will spoke for him in this election, because I thought there's nowhere in this Anambra State that you can pass through now. After the other governor, I'm not saying that other governor didn't do well, He took over from where they stopped, and have done so well in terms of good road network in the state. Open up access road for people to they're expanding the road so that people will be able to benefit. You can enter if you don't have that, at least you can use your eyes and use your leg to say yes. That this man is doing well.
Let me take you there. There's also been criticism about his tax policy. People say he has overburdened. He's overtaxing people. I mean, levies at the park, at the garage. How true is this? And a lot of people here in Lagos tend to see that this Soludo, there was so much promise, considering the fact that when he was the minister he did so much to revolutionize the financial sector in the country. A lot of people expect so much from him, but some say he has not done much in Anambra. How will you rate his administration? Also, the tax issue. Finally.
Well, I don't want to criticize the Soludo's tax regime because he said he needed money to do work. That if you want him to work, he has to need the money. Yes. And that everybody should be able to contribute financially so that he'll be able to do his job. Well, I think he has started. They have so much complaint that so many people are talking about multiplication of taxes. A lot of ladies here and there, the traders are complaining, the cyclists are complaining, and even the people who live in the rural areas, they also complain that the money has increased. But he said, if you want me to work and you want me to work for you, you should be able to give me opportunity. By nobody can give me small money so that I work for you. And you see what you'll be able to realize that at the end of my tenure, if I finish with my tenure, you'll be able to say, yes, my regime has done very well. So in terms of that regime in Anambra State, it's not peculiar. Because if you go to other states now, like the Lagos State and every other place, I don't want to mention states. Everywhere, every governor,
he's looking for money.
He's looking for money, even at the federal level.
Yes,
Look at the new presidential tax reform committee, set up a commission, set up by the president, which the president has just passed recently.
Yes.
He discovered that, yes, they are talking about giving them money. Even when there are people that complain that this money are not there,
they are not seeing what they're using the money for. So let's look at finally, sir. Let's discuss the issue relationship with Peter Obi. We know Peter Obi has the presidential ambition in 2027, and recently we've seen Soludo aligned with the Tinubu government, the APC. He said his relationship with Tinubu has been there for years, and Tinubu himself seemed to be supporting, though he did not come out openly to support Soludo, but we know that Soludo visited him, and Soludo has supported Tinubu 2027, and this may not go down well with Peter Obi and the Obedient movement. What is the relationship between Soludo now and Peter Obi? We know there may not be a perfect relationship. Are they friends? Are they? How will you? 2027. What are Anabrans saying on the street now that Peter Obi have said he's supporting Tinubu, and we know your brother is Peter Obi is going for the governor. He's going for the president. I mean.
Well, you should know that there is no governor in the state that will not align himself with the program of the federal government. When Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, at least he worked with the president. He was a member of the President Tax Committee. I mean, the Economic Committee 18, and which Soludo was also a member. Peter Obi has always respected Soludo because Soludo was the senior. Anywhere, any function you see Soludo able to be with the governor as a governor, he respected that office so well, and he's also as a senior, as an Igbo man. Peter Obi had always respected his seniors, and he always acknowledged that. Even he says it, and he not only acted, he acted it. So, in terms of the relationship, is cordial. It's political. There is no way it can be that we can be in the opposition and I have my own program. I have to campaign and say myself. And they want me to wholeheartedly and say, look, I'm giving you that opportunity so that you say that they are doing you well. I know that in recent time, with the romance, even in this election, a lot of people are talking about that Soludo has been compromised, but because during the campaign, the president was never in Anambra State. Even the last the APC last national campaign in Onitsha.
Yes.
The president was the slave president. And people are saying in a election where the government, people are thinking that the government and central want to take over Anambra State, that there was nobody that the president did come. But the business president, those who came to represent, who came, said they were that the governor, the chairman, APC national government, that is governor Uzodinma was also present. So you cannot say that completely that APC was not on ground to support.
So what are people? A lot of people say they are rivals. Soludo and Peter Obi are rivals. Are people happy with this? Considering that Peter Obi, we know we have presidential ambition in 2027. What are Anambra saying? If in 2027 the governor decides to support Tinubu and the Peter Obi stand as the president, where do you think Anambrans will tend to, would they support? Would they be happy if the governor is supporting the APC candidate? Finally, that's your 1 minute, please. Our time is up.
We're watching the event as it unfolds. You know, I think 2007 is still very far. I know that Peter Obi is planning to strategize. You know, the problem they have is the problem is the crisis in the Labour Party and the ADC, where he also showed interest. I know that with time, that whether I like it or not, it's all about Peter Obi's election. It's not about Supreme Court's election in 2047. So I know that those who support, particularly the boss, will always rally around their song.
But the Labour Party is dead. Labour Party seems to be dead in Anambra, although Peter Obi seems to be romancing the ADC now. Do you think this will affect his popularity in 2027 in Anambra State?
I don't want to say that Labour Party is dead in Anambra State. We are talking about governance election. I'm not talking about presidential election. And I know that when by between 2027, there will be changes. There are things to work out as events will unfold as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
And Peter Obi will definitely continue to emerge as him better in the eye of his people.
All right. All right.
So
all right.
Peter Obi is going to this platform event. I know that he must be followers. Must surely go with him.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Ndukuba, BusinessDay correspondent in Anambra State. We've been assessing Soludo's victory and the tax ahead of him as he assumed office for second time. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, our analysts will join us and we look at the crisis within the PDP. The convention arbitrated for 15 and 16 of this month. Is it going to hold? Take a short break and we'll be right back. Join us. You're still watching Inside Politics on BusinessDay TV. Now, we turn our attention to the PDP, the Nigerian main opposition party. We know the party has been engulfed in crisis since after the 2020 general election. Now, there's a convention slated for 15 and 16 in Ibadan, but some chieftain of the party are not happy. Sule Lamido, he said he was denied the chance to contest for the chairmanship of the party, and he has gone to court to challenge that. Yesterday, there was a judgment at the Federal High Court in Abuja, which noted that the party should not go ahead with that convention. Earlier on the 31st of October, there was a similar judgment given by Justice Omotosho in Abuja that the party should put a stop to that convention. There was a judgment given in Ibadan 2 days earlier by a High Court in Ibadan that the party can go ahead. It seems there's confusion within the PDP now, and already the party is divided between two factions. The Wike faction has their own national chairman and BOT, and of course, the Demagun-led Oyo State governor-supported group. Joining me now is Kingsley Wise, our political analyst. Join us. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Hello, Mr. Kingsley.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. What is your take on what is happening within the PDP? There's a court judgment yesterday nullifying the convention. what do you think is the way forward for the crisis? Would this convention coming up in 15-16 hold?
Well, they don't. The truth of the matter is that no matter how passionate they are, no matter how anxious they want to get the party back on the line,
yes,
no matter how much effort they are gearing towards steaming up the party, the law must take its course. Like I was telling someone the other day, that what is going on in the PDP is no longer mainstream party trying to disintegrate the party. It is more about the key player, the ego of the key players within the party. The fight within the PDP has turned to a personal one between the key gladiators. Are you getting it now? It's no longer an issue or an effort of the mainstream party trying to kill the opposition. I can confidently tell you that it's those who are key players within the PDP that have made effort to send it to hemorrhagic state now. As we are witnessing PDP today, are you getting it now? Having said that, the latest judgment got into the legal effort of former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido. It's a very big blow on the party, especially at a time where a good number of the party stakeholders felt that the convention will hold. And we all know the implication of what is going on now. It's pointing towards the fact that the PDP will not only likely not field a presidential candidate, it will also affect the governorship of some of the states. I read in the news the other time that a governor of a few states, Governor Adeleke, the dancing governor, is likely not going to have a ticket to contest the next gubernatorial election in Osun State. It's a very big issue.
Are you surprised that the party seem not to have learned from what happened pre-2023 general election primary? Why couldn't they have thrown the convention chairmanship ticket open, the party chairmanship ticket open, allow for everybody to compete, level playing field, so that this issue of Sule Lamido crying that it will deny the chance to vie for the chairman will not extend. It will not go to court. Why is some people bent on imposing a chairmanship candidate when rather than allowing everybody to compete, knowing fully well these are some of the issues that are affected the party?
Like I told you, I made mention just now that the issue with the PDP is not an ego problem of the so-called key stakeholders. You understand? Now, PDP at the time was known for a party that has these who can rent better who always win the match, irrespective of the person's status. That was the foundation of PDP. But today now, some people are now merchants within the political party, and they see the party as their own negotiating carrots. You understand now? Tell me what would have justified the reason why people should be locked out of the chairmanship race when it's supposed to be a democratic process. So everybody, either on the wiki flank and of recent the marketing flank, they are all fighting for their personal interest, no longer the interest of the party. If the party is truly the interest of these key stakeholders, nobody ought to have been shut out of the convention chairmanship race. Nobody. Everybody should come on board. You understand me now? Look at what is even scary now is that
with this defection now, how many governors left in the PDP? It appears in 2027 the party may not even have any governorship controlling any state again, because what we are hearing is that in Plateau State, Caleb is about to would defect. In Osun State, Osun will have defected since, but maybe the APC didn't want him, so he couldn't move. Other states where the party is controlling are probably thinking of moving over to the APC. Is this not worrying?
I told you, I said in the very beginning, initially the toga was that the mainstream party wants to keep PDP. But as we start today, is PDP members, the key stakeholders in the PDP, the gladiators that are killing PDP. They are in the sorry state, but they are making it worse with their recent actions. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. A party that is dying with their recent conduct and actions is heading towards the grave. There is no way out of this quagmire. PDP has lost its steam and it's going to be very difficult to recover it back again. As a result of the selfish interests of the so-called what we call the stakeholders, they are the one killing the party.
There may not be.
They've succeeded in burying the party.
There may not be a presidential candidate in 2027, and it may just be an APC.
They will not have. No, get this fact well. Before now, the gist or the talk in town is that Wike is working to weaken PDP for the mainstream party. But I am telling you now that with what is happening in PDP is PDP stakeholders, the so-called stakeholders, the so-called financiers, the so-called beneficiaries of PDP are the ones making good effort to bury PDP. And so unfortunately, PDP is heading towards the grave.
Right. Thank you very much, Kingsley Wise, a political analyst, joining us. We'll be looking at the issue in the PDP. That's the program for this week. Join us. You can watch our previous edition. Go to your YouTube channel, Chab Inside Politics. See what we have done in the past. My name is Neil Bongi Walk. Good afternoon. Stay tuned to BDTV.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national importance and try to break them down to your understanding. My name is Joshua Bassi, and as always in the studio, I have with me two gentlemen who are going to look at the issues that we want to discuss today. And they are Mr. Odinaka Anudu, who is the Deputy Editor here at Business Day. And of course, I also have in the studio, Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is the Assistant Editor here at Business Day as well. The two issues we'll be looking at today are, one, the Nigeria Labour Congress President, Joe Ajero, as ASASU to ensure that private universities are brought into the umbrella of ASU, as it were. And you are beginning to wonder when whether private universities are no longer, private, because really, but Ajiro has his reason, and we're going to look at that today, whether private universities should also become members of ASU. ASU, as we speak currently, are basically, drawn from public universities. Not even all state universities are members of ASU. But Ajero is saying, look, it is time to bring private universities into ASU. Well, we will look at that today and see how we look at and see the merits and the demerit of that, And of course, the other issue we also want to discuss today is a report by the European Union, the agency, they call it ASOLON, saying that over 100,000 police officers in Nigeria are attached to VIPs, very important personalities, that's what they call them. So just Nigeria Police Force is about 300 something thousand, work strength, And so over 100,000 officers are attached to VIPs. And then you are wondering what is left to actually police over 200 million the population. Gentlemen, that's the issues. Those are the issues we want to look at today. And I will be starting with you, Joker. As we speak, ASU is basically covering public universities. Private universities are not members of ASU. And I guess there's a reason why that is so. But here we have Joe Ajero, who is president of the NLC, Nigerian Labour Congress, pushing for private universities to come under unionization of ASU. And I don't know where that idea is coming from, actually. Joker, let me ask you.
Josh, thank you so much for that question. But I must start, first of all, to say that NLC seems to be at the end of its wits, so to speak. Because for the Labour Congress to start looking for where there is nothing leaves all of us, or leaves me particularly in a state of confusion. I don't know actually what they want to achieve, by what they're saying, or the demand they are making. Also, NLC seems not to be coordinated. It's not at peace with each other, with itself. And I'm not surprised with what Ajero, as the president of that Labour Congress, is saying, because by his person, he likes to stir controversy most of the time. Even I was privileged to be with him in the same newsroom.
Yeah, he was a journalist at Vanguard before moving to the Labour movement.
He can just come up with this kind of controversy, whether he derives any joy from that or just for the sake of it, I don't know. So for me, the idea of asking private universities to join ASU strike.
No, not to join ASU strike, to become members of ASU.
To become members of ASU. And then perhaps when the ASU is on strike, they will also be part of it. So I don't know whether that is what is going to give them the impetus to do what they do, achieve what they want to achieve. So for me, that call doesn't really strike a chord, and I don't see what the importance is going to bring, or what the impact is going to make in the whatever ASU strikes stands for. So for me, I don't see it's unnecessary. That's my take there. It's unnecessary.
Yeah. Odinaka, what's your take? As we speak, we have about 159 private universities in Nigeria, and we have about 157 public universities in Nigeria. Out of that, about 74 are owned by the federal government, while about 77 are owned by state government. So it means that actually almost equal numbers. If you look at the private universities and then of course the public universities, private 159, public 157. So you know that it's almost the same. It's almost the same. And then of course there's a reason why people. Let me even say there was a reason why. I think there was a gap. And so the coming in of private universities was to fill a gap, and I think they're doing that, the filling of that gap very, very well. The stable issue of incessant strike is not part of it. So parents have actually found solace in the private university. But George is trying to create controversy. Odinaka, what was your take on this?
I also read the report where he also noted that private universities were created as a form of opposition.
To spite ASU, right?
So yes, I think that doesn't make sense to me. First of all, I start asking myself every now and again, what has ASU achieved in universities between 1999 and 2025?
they've gone on strike 16 times. What will I say that it has actually achieved within 16 years? Every day, they're talking about 2009 agreements, every day they're talking about old agreements. So it doesn't make sense. And I don't know why he's suggesting that. Maybe one small members so that they can, because otherwise I don't see. We created private universities were created because of incessant strikes in schools. You know that before even during the days of military, strikes were very frequent. So parents were no longer university that should a course of studies that will probably take you probably 4 years. Will probably take you 6. So people were getting fed up by that.
Yeah.
Every time is strike for one reason or another, and most times you find out that some reasons for going on strike could be very, very. Some reasons were not reasonable. So I don't think it makes sense for private universities, because that would actually mean that the reason why they were established, because they are not government. So why would we force them? They are not government. They are not part of. They are individuals who set up. They are
businesses.
So I don't know why ASU has become so important after so many years of lack of achievement. Because if we go to universities, we see lots of projects that are not completed. There are so many things that are wrong with universities. I think it's okay. There's a story about somebody published a story. I think it was Punch about a university. About it's not university. I think it's actually a college. But that's by the way. But we should go around sometime 2-3 years ago on TV. There was a list of there were so many universities that were mentioned where they were running programs at universities, yet without licenses. So people would go spend a year, 2-3 years. At the end of the day, the ASU and NUC would say, particularly NUC now this time, NUC will say that they are not registered. So these are some of the things that ASU should be agitating for or against. A student will spend 3 years, and it's happening here in Lagos, here in different parts of Nigeria. People will spend 3 years in fake universities. At the end of the day, NUC will come up and say, this is not accredited, this school is not registered. These are some of the things they should be agitating for. There are many problems other than maybe a 2009 agreement. So I don't think it makes sense. And I would, if I were probably to work, if I had a private school, I wouldn't join them.
No, I don't even think any private university will allow that. By the way, private universities are, of course, it's privately owned, and I don't even think that the owners of private university will even listen to this kind of proposition.
So unionism actually comes with a lot of problems.
It comes, yeah. There's no doubt about that, you know. But again, look at because I think the very strong reason why this proposition by Joajero should be, resisted, vehemently is the fact that, just take for instance, if ASU goes on strike, right? Assuming private universities are part of ASU, and the ASU call for strike, and then everybody goes on, it means that the system would totally collapse. You understand? But today, the only, like I said earlier on, what looks like a solace, so to say, for parents is that, okay, fine, for those who can afford private university, you move your children, your work to a private university if you can afford. Yes, they are more expensive, but if you can afford, you are able to pay, and you know that 4 years will be 4 years for a 4-year course. If it is a 5-year course, you know that it is actually going to be 5 years. So this idea of you start school, but you cannot really predict when you are going, when your child is going to come out, is going to graduate. It's something that
I think even NLC didn't think it through, so because it didn't consider the impact it will have on families and households, and then even social unrest. It will bring about people, especially in the society, people will not be at peace. If everybody and anybody who is a student should be at home at a particular time because there is and this kind of call should even come from the private universities themselves. If there's so much that is there for ASO, so much of the members are benefiting from being members of ASO. I think it is now, because of what is accruing to them and it's not accruing to us. I know sometimes government will give money to public schools, which private schools don't take part in. Yeah. But they're not complaining about that. They're not complaining. So if there's such benefits, so much benefit that public schools are getting from government that private schools are not getting, it's enough reason for that kind of call. Perhaps NLC will be doing a kind of social kind of, okay, let us help these people to benefit. But I don't think that is the issue. It's just that when there is a strike by ASO, let it be total. I think
that's what they're pushing for.
That might be the reason. So that the labor unions are now having upper hand. So let it be total, so that not when some children are in school, others are not. Then government will not feel the impact. Perhaps they will. They are just reasoning that most of the government officials, they have their schools in private school, their children in private schools. Therefore, they don't feel when there is a strike, they don't attend to it promptly. Okay, if the private schools are also part of the strike, then everybody is affected. Maybe that is what they are pushing for.
But is it also then going to say that foreign universities that those public officials also send their children to school and also be part of the ASU?
Yes.
So when they ASU go,
so that call for me is just self-serving. It's self-serving. Let us now, whenever we have issues, let it affect everybody.
Yeah.
And if it affects everybody, perhaps government will listen to them more than now that some people are in public schools and private school. I think this president will be concerned that children spend so long years in schools. Then when you have a place you can run to avoid that kind of thing, somebody is saying, "Oh, you shouldn't be there."
I've also been that.
Okay, because private universities have become business. There's not about that. So these are where people that just put their money. You see those who have made money, just want to establish private universities. So that's where it's an investment now. This call by Ajero for private universities to join, so don't you think it will affect the confidence of investor? Because no investor wants to see that kind of instability, So you just want an investor want a system that runs, and is able to stable, is able to predict what it is that should come back to him, and because it's an investment now, really, right?
The point is that let's assume that it is just his opinion, because I haven't. This is just a one-off opinion. So if you start it, many people will no longer invest in that part of the economy.
Yeah.
So I won't put my money in a place where some individuals who don't care come and disrupt the entire thing and then move on. So that's the point. But I think the more important issue is the fact that this is what I expect NLC and ASU to be discussing. Is actually the education model that works for Nigeria. We do not have an education model that works for Nigeria. Do you understand? And it's very, very serious. So take for instance, what people, if you watch recently, notice that universities have been increasing school fees. So the poor man's child who goes to a federal university is also spending a lot of money for school fees, or on school fees. But the issue is that what type of education model works for Nigeria? Private model, public model. Because if you watch exactly the school fees and what private universities collect, one of the things I've noticed is the fact that because of inflation, the level of high inflation in Nigeria, notice that things tend to be very difficult for public universities. Very difficult for them. If you ask vice chancellors, they will tell you that they are getting less from the government, and the IGR too is also declining. I think that they should be talking about this. How do we ensure that education works for everybody? So must it be when it just, our analysis, everybody was talking about moving your children to private universities to avoid strike. That's what should be talking. There are professors, there are lecturers, they should be telling us the models that can work and not all of these things. If you look at the private sector model, it's very expensive. If you look at the public sector model, it is actually subsidized, but is this sustainable? These are the kind of intellectual argument I expect to hear from even Ajero. You understand? So this is more because neither is working, neither is beneficial to everybody. The poor man cannot send his words to private universities. The rich guys or the ultra rich are sending their children outside Nigeria or moving into private schools. So how do we get an education system that works for everybody?
Yes.
It's a very important.
It's very important.
There was a time I developed a model. Very difficult because I thought about it over and over and over. That's why politicians are failing in Nigeria. They come, they say they will do education for all, or maybe scholarships. They stop it midway because they have not really sat down to think it through. That if you do free education, it is not a sustainable model because free education will eat into government's school funds. At the end of the day, you cannot sustain it. You understand? If you reduce school fees to a certain extent, you begin to suffer.
Yeah, struggle to.
So how do we actually get a model that works? Do we involve international organizations? How do we raise money?
Okay, it's an important, question that government should actually look into. The Federal Ministry of Education, of course, alongside with even state ministries of education and the other stakeholders within the education sector. I think that's one though, because it's important to actually develop a model that actually works for
everybody.
Works for everybody and work effectively, for everybody. But then, I mean, still going back to this cover, some I've seen a few commentaries that people have verified that in terms of even if you were to allow private universities to join ASU, if I thought that it will bring about a decline in the quality of delivery.
Yes.
Because as we speak, there are people who have the notion that, look, private universities are delivering a better quality education than them. So if you want to then allow them to be part of ASU and then, begin to bring them to a level where, at par with public university, and then the quality will also begin to go down. So I think it's something that it should not be allowed. You should just we know that there are concerns about like you said, the money, the fee in private universities far higher compared to what. But I think that stakeholders in the education sector should actually just sit down, talk about what model works, so that the children of the poor
can also go to school.
So it's not only the children of the rich, because at the end of the day, the children of the poor and the children of the rich will meet somewhere.
Society, yes.
Whether we like it or not, at some point they will meet.
Their roads will cross.
Everybody lives here.
Their path will cross.
Their path will cross. I think it's in the interest of this in this case Nigeria to ensure that both the poor and the rich families also create a path such that everybody can just at least have some level of education that can take him or take her through his or her life. Okay, gentlemen, we'll go on a short break now. When we come back, we'll discuss the other topic that we have for today. Welcome back, viewers. We are discussing two key issues in our country in the last 20 minutes or thereabout, we've been discussing the call by Joe Ajero, president of the NLC, for private universities to come under the umbrella of ASU. And I think our consensus here is that, look, you don't even discuss that at all. It's not something that we should be considered, given the damage we believe that would do to the education sector. We've seen several strikes by ASU, and we've seen the damage that strike has continued to do to our education in Nigeria. I think that the call by Joe Ajero is not welcome at all. Private universities should be allowed to operate the way they operate. The public universities should be allowed the way they operate. But we should actually say that as much as possible, government and stakeholders in the education sector should see as much that they can do to actually stop the incessant strike that we are witnessing in our public universities. But then, gentlemen, let's look at the other topic. A report by European Union agency, Asylum, that's what they call them, is saying that over 100,000 police officers in Nigeria are attached to VIPs. In a country where you have over 36 million people, and we have a police population, police strength, workforce of about 37,000 thereabout. 371,000 or thereabout.
In total.
And then out of this number, over 100,000 are attached to VIPs. Odinaka, what does this say about the fact that the police are not even able to do what they should do in society? Because this is the number that are attached to VIP, and these VIPs are just a few people leaving the chunk of the population to just without effective policing.
I want to tell you, sir, I went to there. I was shocked. There I understood exactly what this report meant. I know the report says, but then I understood this concept. Was there I went to a church and I saw a man who, the son of a general overseer, with police all around him. That was the day I knew that we're in trouble. Again, when I was in Abuja and Kubwa, Abuja, I saw a general overseer. His headquarters are still in Abuja, Kubwa. He was moving. Everybody was saying, this is the GS. It's the GS of social church. This is policeman. Geo. GS, depending on the church, superintendent. So, I think more than 10 policemen are guarding one man. So you can imagine a country where people who, some of them who are even preaching, as telling people
to believe in God and trust in God.
That God is your security.
God is your security. And now all of those people that are preaching don't have security attaches.
And he himself has
them. It's actually a mockery. It's a mockery on what we have in our society. So the problem is that while we have policemen attached to politicians and clergymen, it's a fact that one, don't blame crimes. First of all, blame them. Because it's actually their actions that led to such whatever you call crimes. I know a politician, I won't mention him because people will say it's because of, I know a politician who works freely without a policeman. It's actually as a result of some of the things they do in the office. When you don't do well in an office, you will need a retinue of soldiers and policemen. But when you do well in a society, I'm not saying that you will not have one or two people guarding you, but you don't have to have, because the issue is that this is not evenly distributed. A House of Representative member would probably have 3 or 4. The governor will have 25 or soldiers. Then the senator will have 8. So it's not even a local government chairman will probably have 6 or 7. So what type of society? Where now look at the population. No, recently our population is now 230 million, approximately 230 million. I have policemen, 370,000 policemen. That's almost it's not up to 2 to 1. So the ratio is probably 1.5, something like that, or less than 1.5 to 1 man.
Okay, thank you, Dinaka. Chuka, there's one thing that is worrisome, in all of this is that every Inspector General of Police that comes, there's usually this order, directive, that policemen attached to VIP should be withdrawn. The current Inspector General of Police, when he came in 2023, when he was appointed in 2020, got this directive. In fact, in 2025, this year, there was a follow-up to this directive, but nothing has been done. And so is it I don't know, because you see, it's just like a case of police, Inspector General of Police coming and say, oh, no roadblock, all roadblock dismantled. So you see them coming in to give this directive, all roadblocks dismantled, policemen attached to VIPs withdrawn. But we still see these guys, like this report now. So does it mean that the IG just talk to nobody, or who should enforce such directive really? And the IG, such directive.
Josh, it's difficult to fault that report.
Or is it that the IG is just deceiving people?
Let me just learn. It's difficult to fault that report because if you go out there, you see the kind of people who go about with police security, so to say, anyway. I had a friend sometime, not a politician, not a government official, just an individual who has money. And each time I went to this man's office, there were 4 policemen. 2 at the gate, 2 at the reception. Then in his house, he had 2 waiting for him to come home. And he's just an individual. So what police authorities do is not necessarily because, this is an important personality as quoted here, but it's because this person is a man of means. He has money. So what is driving all this is the urge by the police officers to enrich themselves. Like if the IG says, oh, no police officer attached to any VIP, it's just saying it for the sake of saying. Because by the time somebody who has the money comes and says, oh, I need 3 police officers. I need 4 police officers. Depending on how much you give, you will get as many as you want. So that number may even become just conservative. It may be more. And that's why even police, the number that is left for the totality of all of us, they are not even well equipped to respond to emergencies.
Because that's another.
So if
what's attached to the VIPs, they take the guns.
They take everything, everything, equipment, even the vehicles go with them. Because if you have to move with a police officer or police officers, you have to fuel their vehicle. And if you cannot fuel their vehicle, you cannot have a police officer.
And yet, if there's a crime, they say that.
And if there's they just tell you point blank that there's no vehicle. And when there's fuel, with the vehicle, there's no fuel. So we are just misplacing priorities in this country. I have a story that tells me that the federal government had just set up a committee to go around the entire country to find out the state of the police barracks and even their residences. Now, there is also a plan by the federal government to employ 3,000 police officers, new. But one of the chairman of that committee, incidentally, the governor of Enugu State, they were in Port Harcourt a couple of days ago, and then they said, oh, we cannot recruit as many police officers as stated, because there's no barracks, there's no training college that is enough to accommodate this kind of people to train them. So the facilities are not there. And if you find that it's not as if government doesn't know what they can do, or it doesn't know what it should do. It's because a lot of things are going the way they should not go. Like what I'm just telling you. So this number of police officers would have been recruited, trained, and pushed to the society. But they cannot go because there's no police college ready to absorb them. The facilities are not there to absorb those men and women.
The barracks are,
the barracks are not there. So a lot of things we just misplace priorities in the country and then allocate the resources wrongly.
Okay, fine. Odinaka, the money that the police as an institution, right, gets from these policemen that are attached to, VIP, because they pay, right?
Yes.
Those individuals pay for this thing. When does that money go?
Aspiration of police, eh?
Because, like he said, if you go to the police today to make a report, the police will ask you to pay. In fact, in some cases, they ask you to even bring money for them to buy paper, pen, and all of that. So they're always telling you, no, there's no money, there's no reason. In fact, they'll ask you to fuel. If you have to invite them to go anywhere, invite them. So where does the money go?
Normally, what they will tell you, what will be on the paper, is the fact that they have deployed so policemen officers to this place. But you will pay them, despite their salaries. You're paying those guys first. And of course, DPO will not release them. Except
you part with something.
If it's not getting anything. That's how sad it is. They don't know that Nigerians are the ones protecting themselves. Because that's exactly what has happened. These days, you find that if you read news everywhere, people are taking laws in their own hands because they don't have anybody to protect them. So, one, the money goes into private pockets. Surely, it doesn't go to the government. You do one thing. Ordinarily, what should have happened is that if a bank needs this man, they should register and pay the money directly to the government.
Yes.
Or does it go into the accounts of government accounts? No. If no matter how you make legislation about this, it will never work. Because the DPOs, the IGs, all those guys will frustrate your efforts. So that's how bad it is. Corruption in the police. Every time they do reports about this Transparency International, all this, they always tell you that police and judiciary, that's where you find biggest corruption. So we cannot, Nigerians have given up on police. You're my friend now, you're a police officer, we start appreciating, have a friend who's I start police, not to think about it. I don't need it. You might even put up
friends.
So that's how bad things have become. Let me also add that there are also countries, perhaps Nigeria does not know, there are also countries in the world, Iceland, New Zealand, all other countries too, that are police police. So they don't attach policemen to politicians because they don't have many. The people who are police officers in those countries, but
the citizen.
Everybody, even the president of Iceland, he works
freely.
He works freely. He doesn't commit crime. He doesn't embezzle money. That's why I mentioned that. Why it has appeared as if crime, everybody's afraid of kidnapping, and it's actually because of the attitudes of those politicians. Those people, not just politicians, including religious leaders. In this day, politicians that we do, all of them, it's just one of them. Many of them have their
police guards.
But generally, it's because of the attitude of the individuals who are in power, not only politicians. What they have done
is haunting them.
It's haunting them. It has made life difficult for a number of people who now turn to crime. So that's why we find everybody struggling to protect themselves.
All right, thank you, Odinaka. I think this way we'll draw the curtain. But I think it's important to mention the fact that we can't have a country where we even the number we're calling, because 371,800 policemen in Nigeria to police a population of over 200 million people. Already that number we are not even sure as many as, because I recall at one event some time ago in Lagos, some years ago in Lagos, right from I was covering State House, and there was this, every now and then, the police in Lagos saying that there are 33,000 policemen in Lagos, covering estimated population of 22 million, So that same figure of 33,000 policemen in Lagos was quoted by like 5 commissioners of police in Lagos who have come and gone at different, so at one point, at that one, I don't want to mention his name, he retired as the Assistant Inspector General of Police. In the last 12 years, you policemen in Lagos have been quoting this same 33,000 policemen in Lagos. But I know that police retire. I know that new ones are recruited, but in the last 12 years, you call this 33. So can you tell us exactly how many you are in Lagos? What the Commissioner of Police said. So that the figure that you can't give out the figure of is security information. But this 33 you are quoting is what? In the last 12 years is that. So really, we cannot even actually say the exact number. 371,800 we are quoting for the nation generally is correct. But the point is that even if that were to be correct, I mean, that is actually not enough to police a population of over 200 million people. But to even then take out of that over 100,000 out to actually then just secure some 1% in private people and then the so-called VIP position, I think is a disservice to the nation. It's a disservice to the nation. It is not surprising, therefore, that if you go to police, if you call it policemen in an emergency situation, you may not even find them to come and rescue such a situation. It's not also surprising that we have a lot of crime because we don't have enough.
I know what surprises me. If you have a crime at night, in those places where you have those policemen, they will fight, shoot real gun. But if you have, I went to a police station one day and one guy came and reported that they just snatched his phone. Police officer gave him gun. I asked him to go and fight them.
So it's something of concern, and I think that the government should look into it, because really there are private security agencies, private security outfits where individuals, the PIP actually can approve. You have to give them to provide security. And so the police actually provide security for the citizens generally. I think that would be the best approach, and we hope that this does not continue. And like I said earlier on, we've seen every Inspector General of Police upon being appointed coming out to say that, look, we don't want this, we don't want that. This. But it's never really been, implemented. We still see this huge number of policemen attached to VIPs, leaving the citizen to just, face the situation on their own. We hope that that this discussion will kind of generate that interest enough for the police to do the right thing and for the government actually to do the right thing, and then so that at the end of the day we have more of these policemen protecting the citizens and not just I know that the VIPs are also citizens, but they can afford to private security outfit to provide the security for them. Okay, so this is where we're going to draw the curtain for now. Thank you so very much for viewing. Gentlemen, thank you for being with me in the studio.
Thank you for having us.
My name is Joshua Bassi. Please keep watching BusinessDay Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you from BDTV live studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, only 44% of Nigeria's social $98 billion naira. Speaking about this Motors CEO accused its Stanbic IBTC unauthorized 700 million naira debt. Legend Internet shareholders approve 150 billion naira capital raise acquisition plans. Thanks for joining us right here on News Update. I am Norma Obuna. The World Bank has raised fresh concerns over the inefficiency of Nigeria's social safety net programs. The bank in its new report says most poor Nigerians are still not being reached despite billions spent on welfare schemes. The report reveals that while 56% of beneficiaries are poor, only 44% of total benefits actually reach poor households, exposing deep inequality in how welfare funds are shared. It blames the problem on poor program design where benefits are distributed by household instead of by individual. This means poor families, which tend to be larger, receive less support per person. The bank pointed to the school feeding program as a rare example targeting individuals, but says its limited reach covering only pupils in grades 1 to 3. It restricts its impact. Analysts are now calling for urgent reform, better data, and stronger coordination to protect Nigeria's most vulnerable citizens. And moving on, the Speaker of Nigeria's House Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has asked the Federal High Court in Abuja to throw out a lawsuit filed by the Nigerian Insurance Association and 17 insurance firms. The suit seeks to stop lawmakers from probing alleged 98.4 billion naira liabilities involving no non-government funded insurance. And in a counter affidavit filed on November 6, Tajuddin's lawyers argue that the House has full constitutional powers to investigate, summon, and question any entity operating under laws made by the National Assembly. Lawmakers also described the insurer's case as frivolous, insisting the firms are avoiding scrutiny over alleged corruption and financial mismanagement. They urged the court to dismiss the suit in the interest of justice. The insurers, however, maintain they are private entities under supervision of agencies like NICOM and FIRS, not the legislature. The case proceeded over by Justice Emeka Nwite has been adjourned to December 9th, 2025. And now away from that story, the founder and CEO of Nigerian car maker Nord Automobiles, Oluwatobi Ajayi, has accused Stanbic IBTC Bank of illegally withdrawing 700 million naira from the company's account, saying the deduction was made in April without notice on a court order, despite an ongoing illegal dispute. Ajayi claimed the conflict stems from a 2022 letter of credit, which the bank now insists is to be repaid at a much higher exchange rate, describing the move as unbelievably unethical, violating an agreement to let the court settle the issue. The Nord boss also accused the bank of bias against locally made vehicles, alleging that Stanbic IBTC discourages customers from financing made in Nigeria cars, a practice he described as economic sabotage. While Stanbic IBTC has yet to respond, citing the pending court case, Ajayi's comments come as calls grow for stronger support of Nigerian manufacturers, with the trade minister recently urging both government and private firms to buy locally made vehicles. Up ahead, Legend Internet shareholders approve 150 billion naira capital raise acquisition plans. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
We made the world's red-billed nation, wove ashold our stories, leather, continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchina on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Legend Internet PLC has secured shareholder approval to raise 150 billion naira in fresh capital. The decision came at its second annual general meeting held in Abuja on November 7, 2025. The funds will drive the company's nationwide expansion following its April listing on the Nigerian exchange. Shareholders also backed plans to boost share capital and acquire a microfinance bank and telecom firm. For the year ended July 2025, Legend posted a 44% rise in profits after tax to 172.6 million naira, powered by its fiber business and tighter cost control. Total assets climbed to 3.3 billion naira, while the company strengthened its position in broadband with new products like fiber to the room and solid BBB rating from Augusto and Co. And still on, Nigeria now has a strong comeback to the international capital markets with a successful $2.25 billion Eurobond issuance, the largest it's had in history. The dual tranche bonds, a 10-year note at 8.625% and a 20-year note at 9.125%, were oversubscribed by investors across Europe, North America, Asia, and the Middle East, attracting over $13 billion in orders. The issuance, which includes $1.25 billion maturing in 2036 and $1.10 billion due in 2046, reportedly marks a major vote of confidence in the central bank's policy measures to stabilize the naira and improve transparency in the FX markets. An analyst said the strong response shows investors' growing optimism amid ongoing structural reforms and Nigeria's removal of the FATF grey list. Following the Eurobond successes, Nigeria's foreign reserves climbed to $46.07 billion, the highest since 2018, while the naira appreciated to 1,436.74 naira per dollar. And also, the Nigerian exchange's stocks worth over 1 trillion, known as SWOTs, fell by 2.75 trillion naira, closing at a combined market capitalization of 83.34 trillion naira. The SWOTs, which make up over 88% of the NGX's total market value, dropped from 86.09 trillion naira at the end of October. The downturn was driven by sell-offs in major sectors, including telecommunications, banking, and consumer goods. Telecom giants like MTN Nigeria and Airtel Africa together lost over 1 trillion naira, while top banks recorded combined losses of over 545 billion naira. And now the consumer goods stocks also suffered declines exceeding 600 billion naira in value. Energy and industrial stocks were mixed, with Lafarge Africa and Aradol Holdings losing 145 billion naira and 280 billion naira respectively. Market analysts attributed the drop-off to profit-taking and cautious investor sentiment amid global uncertainties. And now to end the local news, the federal government has reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to the Cape Town Convention, improving the country's compliance rating from 70.5% to 75.5% under the administration of President Bola Tinubu. The Director of Human Resources and Administration at the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, Anastasia Gbem, urged African nations to harmonize their implementation strategies to unlock the full potential of the convention. Also speaking, the Director of Operations, Licensing and Training at the NCAA, Donald Spiff, representing the Acting Director General, Chris Najomo, attributed the improved rating to the signing of the Cape Town Convention Practice Directions on September 12, 2024. And the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Dr. Ibrahim Kana, described the move as part of the administration's commitment to fully enhance the nation's aviation ecosystem. And still to come, South Africa's Vodacom links internet deal with Starlink. There's a more after this commercial break.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. Vodacom Group has entered into a strategic agreement with Starlink to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband. Under the accord, Vodacom will integrate Starlink's satellite backhaul into its mobile network infrastructure, enabling coverage expansion in remote and rural regions where traditional terrestrial build-out is challenging. In addition, Vodacom will be authorized to resell Starlink equipment and services to enterprise and small business customers across its African footprint. Shamil Jusub, Vodacom Group CEO, says low Earth orbit satellite technology will help bridge the digital divide where traditional infrastructure is not feasible, and this partnership will unlock new possibilities for the unconnected. Meanwhile, Starlink's VP of Operations, Chad Gibbs, noted that Starlink is already serving users in 25 African countries, and by working with Vodacom, the service can reach more customers, transforming lives and communities across the continent. And while the announcement covers across Africa, it is not yet publicly confirmed whether all individual markets will immediately benefit from the service rollout, pending regulatory approvals in each country. And away from that, Abu Dhabi says there is no substantiated evidence of support of Sudan's RSF, rejecting claims of weapons transfers through Somalia and urging a civilian-led peace process. According to reports, a network of cargo flights, maritime transfers, and private contractors with some link to the UAE-based firms had been moving drones, ammunition, and military equipment through Bosaso to RSF-controlled zones in western Sudan. The flights, tracked over several months, reportedly included Ilyushin IL-76 cargo planes marked as carrying hazardous materials, landing under district clearances at Bosaso Airport in Puntland, a semi-autonomous Somalia region with long-standing Emirati ties. The UAE, in a detailed response, categorically rejected the claims, calling them fabrications by Sudan's Port Sudan-based authorities designed to shift blame and obstruct peace efforts. And now onto the foreign scene, shares of SoftBank Group plunged as much as 10% on Wednesday after the Japanese giant said it has sold its entire stake in US chip giant Nvidia for $5.83 billion. Now, according to reports, the capital will be used to fund SoftBank's $22.5 billion investment in ChatGPT parent OpenAI. Shares of SoftBank Group last traded more than 6% lower. In its earnings report, SoftBank revealed it sold 32.1 million Nvidia shares in October and also trimmed its T-Mobile positions, raising $9.17 billion. And while the decision to unload Nvidia shares may have caught some investors off guard, it isn't SoftBank's first exit from the US chip heavyweight. The company's Vision Fund was reportedly an early Nvidia supporter, reportedly building a $4 billion stake in 2017 before fully divesting in January 2019. And also, still on the foreign scene, US President Donald Trump faces a fresh test of his political diplomacy with India as longtime loyalist Sergio Gore takes up his post as ambassador in New Delhi, amid tension over trade and Russian oil imports, which have weighed on the two countries' strategic ties. At Gore's swearing-in ceremony on Monday, Trump revealed Washington may soon lower tariffs on Indian goods, suggesting both sides are moving closer to a trade deal. And Gore also struck an optimistic note about progress towards a new US-India trade deal. In his words, the deal is going in the right direction, adding that they will highly committed in the deal and take the relationship to the next level. And up next is sports news after this break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Ademola Lookman is set to work under a new manager following Atlanta's appointment of Rafael Palladino as their new head coach. The Serie A side confirmed the Italian tactician's arrival on Monday, announcing that he has signed a contract that runs until June 2027. Palladino replaces Ivan Juric, who was dismissed after a poor run of results and reported tension with Lookman. Juric's exit came less than 24 hours after a disappointing 3-0 home defeat at Sassuolo, a result that left Atlanta languishing in the 13th place after 11 league matches. The Croatian, who took charge in June following Gianpiero Gasparini's 9-year tenure, managed just 2 wins and left the club 11 points behind leaders Inter Milan. And to end the news, Cristiano Ronaldo says he expects next year's World Cup, which will be a record 6th for the star, to be his last. Ronaldo clarified that when he revealed he would retire from football soon, according to reports, Portugal may seal qualification in the coming days for the World Cup that will be co-hosted by the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The team, however, needs just 2 points from its final qualifying group games away against Ireland and at home against where they are placed last place with Armenia. Ronaldo's 5 goals in the 4 qualifying games have extended his world record to 143 for the men's national team, solidifying his place in the game of soccer. And this is where we wrap up the news update today on Business Day Television. Remember to follow us across all social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more in-depth analysis. I am Norma Obona. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.